expect quite the contest when it comes on to debating. So even though this is freshers debate, and we have to admit that some of the debaters may not be as au fait with debating at this level as others are. Some of them are familiar with American presidential, not necessarily British parliamentary, which is kind of extemporaneous debating. But nevertheless, experience has taught us that when the time is right, these sharp young minds rise to the occasion to deliver in fine style. We have no doubt that they're going to deliver this evening, this afternoon. We have no doubt that they have been armed and that they're dangerously intellectual. So we're looking forward to quite the treat. We have our panels here, we have our debaters here, we have the full complement and ready to go. To kick us off with in fine style, doing the welcome and the relevant introduction is our guild librarian, and I'm going to tell you her name in just a minute. She is going to be doing the introduction and the official convening of this debate. Please make welcome Ashley Onfroy.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much, Mr. Bent. Good afternoon to the debaters, to members of the University of the West Indies, Mona campus, and by extension, our regional counterparts. Good afternoon, everyone. It is quite the honor and the pleasure to be here with you this afternoon on this momentous occasion. It is with great pleasure that I welcome you all to the 2021 staging of the UWI Mona Guild Freshers Debate. I'm quite excited. I hope that you are excited. I know our debaters are indeed excited, ready, and raring to go and get the party started. You know, the UWI Mona has long since had a precedent and a tradition of encouraging its youth, its students, members of its overall community to engage in robust, riveting, and scintillating conversation in a respectful but in a passionate manner. And so it is without further ado that I, Ashley Christina Onfroy, the UWI Mona Guild Librarian for the 2021-2022 academic year, convene this UWI Mona Guild Freshers Debate Tournament. I do hope that this will be one for the records, one for the history books, and that everyone will leave here this afternoon feeling refreshed and excited about Jamaica's future as we listen to our freshers go head-to-head representing their hall or cohort in the finest debating style. Thank you.
Okay, and thank you. Now, listen, we are ready for the fixtures. So make sure, well, you know, already I'm just gonna make sure that, you know, I spray just to ensure that, you know, we have no negative virus, you know, bad mind or any type of thing. It's absolutely sportsmanlike behavior that we're going to encourage. So debaters, make sure that even as much as you're going to attack your opponents, you're going to do so with the kind of intellect and the kind of sportsmanship that shows us to be above board, right? At this time, we are moving to the fixtures of the match. I'll turn over to the person who is taking that task on. Who will be the person to indicate the fixtures? Okay, I'm waiting on the fixtures at the moment. Okay, with the fixtures based here is just to tell you which teams are actually going first, the order in which you're going to be debating, and possibly the rules in which you're going to be debating. So we await that decision at this moment, right? So, right. Ashley?
Hello, Mr. Benz.
Hi, how are you? Give me an idea about, I know it's been really interesting how you having to plan this online, this whole event online. And how has it been? Persons have not been in hall much. Some of them are off campus, virtual. How has the response been in terms of everybody trying to get stuff together on your end?
Well, in my truest fashion, in which I'm most honest about most things, I must say it has been a challenge. Because we are online, you know, the level of enthusiasm that we had once anticipated, regrettably, it was hard to, you know, trump up the masses and say, hey, come out, support your hall, especially because a lot of our freshers are not necessarily familiar with the hall that they're attached to. But I must say, you know, in collaborating with the UWI Mono Debating and Public Speaking Society, in going out into the various WhatsApp group chats, Instagram, and the other social media, we were able to, and through the hall chairpersons, of course, get persons to participate, get them interested, and have them, you know, benefit from experiencing the first freshers debates of this kind. Because yes, we've had it in the past, but this year promises to be something a little extra special.
I do agree. We are, thank you so much. Of course, we'll touch base with you from time to time, Ashley, just to get little snippets into what's been happening and how you've been putting this thing together. But we turn over this time to Demario Patterson, and he's going to give us the fixtures for the matches to come.
All right, so good afternoon, everyone again. Good afternoon. And so we are looking forward to an awesome debate. The fixtures for round one are as follows. The motion that that will be debated in both rooms. This house would mandate that all persons pursue tertiary education. In the main room, that is this Zoom room, we'll be having as opening government, Irving Hall, as opening opposition, a swing team 1, closing government, Georgia Lane Hall, and closing opposition, the commuters team. And in breakout room 1, or room 1, we'll be having as opening government, Chancellor Hall, opening opposition, ABC Hall, closing government, the Elsa Leah Riley Hall, affectionately called Towers, and closing opposition, swing team 2. And so, ladies and gentlemen, these are the fixtures, the motion, your room, and the position that you will be playing. We ask that as you have no your room and your position, that you change your names to reflect that, so that we can know, or so that the tech team can know where to assign you. We also ask that you place a T beside your name also for a debater, or in the event that you are an adjudicator, you place an A beside your name. So that is, for debaters, please place a D followed by the room that you will be in, as well as the position that you will be playing. And for adjudicators, you can put an A followed by the room in which you will be adjudicating. I should tell you also who or which adjudicators are assigned to each room. And so just a moment, allow me to bring that up. All right, beautiful. And so the adjudicators that will be in room 1, or in the main room rather, in the main room, will be Mr. Javon Henry, who will be the chair adjudicator, as well as Miss Terry Ann Chisholm and Mr. Saeed Bernard. And then in room 1, we will have Mr. Cleveland Tomlinson, who we will be asking to be the chair adjudicator in that room. And he will be accompanied by Mr. Sandre Roden and Mr. Shamar Wedderburn. So I'll say that again. Room 1, Mr. Javon Henry, chair adjudicator, accompanied by Ms. Terry Ann Chisholm and Mr. Saeed Bernard. And in the other room 1, Mr. Cleveland Tomlinson, the chair adjudicator for that room, accompanied by Mr. Sandre Roden and Mr. Shamar Wedderburn. Teams, all the best. Right, so just to be clear, you do have 15 minutes now within which to prepare. And so we urge that you use all of the media through which to communicate to the best of your advantage. May the best team or teams win.
Thank you very much. And as it relates to swing teams, you'd have seen swing team A and swing team 1, swing team 2. Swing teams are teams that they're filler teams, really, that we have used just to ensure that there's full complement of persons in the debate. Swing teams are generally never allotted points to win. So that shouldn't affect the teams who are in the debate. The swing teams may occupy a position. So for example, if a swing team should come first, the team that comes second would be the highest ranking team that would be in that match, right? But we don't nullify this position of the team to give you some kind of grading, but just bearing in mind, the swing team really isn't a part of the competition. So they're there as fillers, just to ensure that the debate will continue, okay? I hope that is clear for everyone, and we understand what needs to be done and how it is we're gonna get from A to point B. The debaters have 15 minutes in which to prepare for this debate. Thereafter, each debater will have 7 minutes in which to speak. The first minute of each speech is protected, and the last minute of each speech is protected. Yes, Ms. Reynolds, I see you're in hand.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bent. So just to clarify, for the swing teams, they are in fact giving speeches. They're not just placeholders per se.
Yeah, man, swing teams have to give speeches. They have to give speeches. Even though they are placeholders, they have to give speech. Placeholders just simply mean that they are not going to be, they will not advance in the overall round because they're not really official teams, okay? So it doesn't mean that they're not, it doesn't mean that they won't make speeches. It does mean that they are not teams that will move forward in the next round. So they're just there to hold the space. The teams who are bona fide will move forward irrespective of whether they are first or second, etc.
Thank you.
Right. So we also have some activities lined up as well during this segment. So we have some questions for different persons just to keep you in the game and to keep you lively and to keep you going. Amen. And amen. And yes. And yes. And are you ready for some questions? Are you ready for, I'm not sure if there's giveaways, you know, so I can't say that there will be prizes and surprises. I don't want people to find me after this and I have to be wearing shades and dark glasses in the overall process, hiding from my good friends and people saying, do you know Roger Bent? Where can I find him? There's stuff here that he's promised and that I am intending to get. So bear that in mind, okay? Now, guidelines, we would have said before that persons 15 minutes, debater should not use electronic devices or should be consulting with entities external to each member. So you should not be offline now getting counsel from other people, right? At the end of the preliminary rounds, the 3 winning teams will move into the next round, and the 4th team will be the team ending that round. So 4 teams will move into the finals, right? Bear that in mind. The following, as it relates to forfeiture, the following outline circumstances in which a team should be considered to have forfeited a match where the team failed to show, or where a member of the team is absent from the finals of the match. So make sure that the technology is working and all is well. These things could affect you. Disqualification. What will factor into disqualification? following outlines circumstances in which a team will be disqualified from the competition, right? Where the team is found to have done or said anything at any point throughout the course of the debate that is grossly disrespectful or that may violate equity protocols, etc., or where the team is found to have breached guidelines of the tournament, including but not limited to the use of electronic devices or external entities. So if such things should be found out that you actually did those, action could be taken in that way. Officials, adjudicators, the adjudication panel will consist of 3 adjudicators within the preliminary round, while the grand final will be presided over by a panel of 5 adjudicators. So bear that in mind, you will see that coming out as well. The areas of adjudication is matter, manner, and method. Matter, manner, and method. So bear that in mind, that's what we're looking for. And you will see it as well in the judges' feedback overall in terms of what we're looking for and what we will hope to get. So bear that in mind, debaters, and even those persons who are looking on and making their own judgment. Okay, so the chat says, listen, the surprise is that there is no prize. So, right. So listen, we're going to take a little bit of a music break, and when we come back on the other side, we'll do what we need to get done. Stay tuned. This is Freshers Debate 2021. We have some young blood in the business. They are ready to take on each other. And at the end of this whole couple of hours, an emerging hall will be identified as champion for the 2021 Freshers Debate season. That is quite a coveted cup, a coveted moment to have. So we know that everyone is out wanting it. They're all thirsty, ready to get into the whole meat of the matter. The debate, the topic, everything is lined up, and much more is going to be happening in a few more minutes. We turn over to the DJ, who's going to give us some music to keep the vibe going, but we'll be right back, right here, for the real stuff from the real debaters.
Then only for a minute I want to change my mind, 'cause this just don't feel right to me. I wanna raise your spirits, I want to see you smile, but no, that means I'll have to leave. No, that means I'll have to leave. Lately, I've been thinking, I want you to be happier, I want you to be happier. When the evening falls and I'm left there with my thoughts, and the image of you being with someone else, well, it's eating me up inside. But we ran our course, we pretended we're okay. Now if we jump together, at least we can swim far away from the wreck we made. Then only for a minute I want to change my mind, 'cause this just don't feel right to me. I wanna raise your spirits, I want to see you smile, but no, that means I'll have to leave. No, that means I'll have to leave. Lately, I've been thinking, I want you to be happier, I want you to be happier. So I'll go, I will go. So I'll go, I will go. Lately, I've been thinking, I want you to be happier, I want you to be happier. Even though I might not like this, I think that you'll be happier, I want you to be happier. then only for a minute. I want to change my mind, 'cause this just don't feel right to me. I wanna raise your spirits, I want to see you smile. No, that means I'll have to leave. No, that means I'll have to leave. Lately, I've been thinking, I want you to be happier, I want you to be happier. So I'll go, I will go.
Vanna in a dancehall style. I love you like manga. Better you give me some loving. See how far we can go. Imagine it be nice and something. Me say me love you like manga. I better you give me some loving. See how far we can go. Imagine it be nice and something. Tell you what I want to. Need a minute of your time. Look at me closely, coming and tell you no lie. Won't compete with no other. Where you feel like men and try. Such a sweetie, skin clean, well meant to clear up your signals. Me love you like manga. Better you give me some loving. See how far we can go. Imagine it be nice and something. Me say me love you like mango. I better you give me some loving. See how far we can go. Imagine it be nice and something. Should I meet you first, cause the rest of them did have a waste man vibes. Can't believe how you're patient, intelligent and kind. Quick suggestion, meet me at the clock, halfway 3 stoplight. Make quick jump on a bus down a town, me will show you my side. Me love you like manga, sure. I better you give me some loving. See how far we can go. Imagine it be nice and something. Me say me love you like manga. I better you give me some loving. See how far we can go. Imagine it be nice. Feeling alright, honey, I just want to say it. You mess with my mate, but in the best way. Giving me hope for the future, cause I see you there. Grateful for you, babe. So glad you care. I love you like manga. I better you give me some loving. See how far we can go. Imagine it be nice and something. Me say me love you like mango. I better you give me some
Saying I made it mess up your mind, and I made it make you free up your mind. Say your body talk to me nice. Say now my love you didn't need for your life. Yeah, our love no be lie. Say yeah, we did together, yeah, day and night. Yeah, if I leave, you go by. Yeah, if you leave, I go stroking your body, baby. Loving your body, baby. As you're whining your body, baby. So crazy. Loving your body, baby. Girl, you want need to me. I just wanna let you know. Hope every day
You don't need no other body. You don't need no other body. Only you feel on my body. Only you feel on my body.
I prayed for this moment. I would be by your side. And I don't wanna forget those lonely nights. Ooh, so tell me that you gon' ride with me. Tell me that you never lie to me. I just wanna make you proud of me. Want you loving every side of me. I love the rhythm of your heartbeat, the way you pushing up on me. I can tell that you want me. Let me show you how it's gonna be. You don't need no other body. You don't need no other body. Only you can hold my body. Only you can hold my body. You don't need no other body.
Baby, baby, everybody's the same. No one loves you like that. No one wants you the same way.
Up till the morning, my head wants to turn from your loving. I just wanna get you beside me.
Give me all you need. Give me all you need. Give you all you. Give me all you need. Give you all you need. Give you all.
Make I give you all you need. Every touch you need. Give you all. Make I give you all you need, baby. Yeah. You don't need no other body. You don't need no other body. Only you can hold my body. Only you can hold my body.
Hey. Hey. Me now watch no face, beg no more pardon. Enough drugs, money they a cherry garden. Enough individual society applauding. You can ask anybody where them get them starting. But no politician take a donation. So no criminal will never see a station. Never see a cell, not even a courthouse. But every Sunday we see them take a boat out. North Coast Resort and car dealership. The construction company, them just don't legit. Use the washing money, turn it round and hide it. When the kickback them come in, the government delighted. So police cancel operation, cause no real bad man a go station. Now if you check the situation, a blood money running nation. Come take a look in a Jamaica. Injustice in the place now. If what you see no really face you, then you are the problem what we face too. Was about to buy a next 60 now. Maybe then I never have to be a prisoner. Maybe then I coulda not turned in my firearm. Police couldn't come remand, come in like me run an army. Was about to be a politician too. Maybe then I coulda make any decision. Look, maybe then I make 100 million disappear. Then me act like me no care what you bought me back in there. Because this sad reality. In a Jamaica say your status or your salary. Man the road a carry one whole heap of felony. But them have a family, a boost up the economy. So,
I'm not sure. Have we reached time?
Yes, we have.
Oh, wow. Okay. So we have gotten to that 15 minutes marker. And of course, lots of stuff coming up later on in this debating thing. We see the adjudicators coming in. Cleveland, is that thou, my brother?
Mr. Bent, it's a pleasure seeing you. How are you doing?
I'm well. So Sir Henry. Oh,
Greetings, Mr. Bent. Greetings, everyone.
Here, in one place at this time on this Sunday. The motion before the House reads, this House would mandate all persons to pursue tertiary education. Interesting debate, mandates going left, right, and center, right? It's a season of mandates. So let's see how the debate will turn out. At this time, we have the adjudicators. Cleveland, which room are you in?
I'm in room 1. We were in the room a while ago and we were redirected to the general room here.
And well, I take it then that you are in room 2, Javon. You have a listing of who the teams are in your particular room. I see Peter John hand going up. Maybe some clarity there. Peter John?
I believe there's a main room. So I believe it's the main room and then room 1. So I'm in the main room.
Okay.
Right. I'm just curious. How will we be directing and accepting points of information?
Point of info, well, that is going to be directed by the chair in the room, I suspect. But it's going to be generally indication of hand, or you may interrupt on point of information. That is going to be specific to the culture of the chair. So I think that will be addressed in the room by each chair before the start of the match. Right? Okay. So by right, I think each room should have gotten itself sorted out now. I think, Javon, you are going to be in this room, and so you should take over from here, and the others would have gone, Cleveland would have gone to room 1. And so that said, we turn over to the chair, Mr. Javon Henry.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to round 1 of Freshers Debate 2021. Let me just first say thanks to everyone who have just decided to jump in to your university experience by jumping into Freshers Debate. There's no more of an exciting way to start your journey at the University of the West Indies. My name is Javon Henry. I teach in the Department of Economics, and I also assist with coaching the debate team. And I'll be the chair for this match. And I am joined by a competent panel. 2 excellent judges will be paneling with me, and I'll allow them to introduce themselves. Mr. Bernard, Ms. Chisholm.
Hey, Javon, what's up? Hi, guys. I am Saeed Bernard, and I'm one of your ring adjudicators.
Thank you, Saeed. Ms. Chisholm, you're here with us.
Hi, Javon. I'm very much here. I am Terry Ann Chisholm from the Monique College. I lecture in the language department, and I'm the advisor for the debating and public speaking team. So I am wishing all the debaters all the very best for this match.
All right, thank you very much. All right, so in this round, we're supposed to have in opening government a team representing Irving Hall. So just let me know, is the team from Irving Hall here?
Yes, Irving Hall is here.
Perfect. Could you give me the name of the first speaker from Irving Hall? So the person would be the Prime Minister.
Tunisia Adams.
Thank you. And could you tell me who will be the second speaker, the Deputy Prime Minister?
Javeen Wallis.
Thank you so much. And then in opening opposition, we have a swing team. Thank you so much. We need swing teams to make the multiple of 4 work. So we thank you for stepping up and doing this. Could I get the first speaker on the swing team who will be the leader of opposition?
Oh, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sebastian Lyons, and I'll be the leader of opposition.
All right, thank you, Sebastian. And who will be your deputy?
Hello, everyone. My name is Peter John Thompson, and I will be the deputy opposition leader.
Thank you so much. And in closing government, we have the team from Georgia Lane Hall. Can I get the speaking order? Who will be the member? Is the team from George Lane Hall here? All right, while we wait for the team from George Elaine Hall, in closing opposition, we have the team representing commuters. Who will be speaking first for that team?
Hello, good afternoon. Deshaun Jackson will be speaking first for the commuters.
Good afternoon. Joel Taylor would be speaking for commuters in closing opposition.
Thanks a lot, Joel. So let me check back now if we have the team in closing government, the team from George Elaine Hall. Are you with us?
Yes, we're here.
Could you just tell me who will be speaking first and second?
Khalil Mitchell will be speaking first, and I will be speaking second. That's Alyssa Reynolds.
All right. So thank you so much, everyone. Thanks for those introductions. So there were a number of questions that were asked regarding points of information and how that process will go. So the first thing I'll say, I'll remind you that each speaker has 7 minutes to make their presentation. The first minute is considered to be protected time. So from the start of time to the first minute, the other side cannot offer points of information. Between 1 minute and the end of the 6th minute, that is not protected time. And so the teams on the other side of the bench can offer points of information. From the 6th minute point onwards to the 7th minute, so that final minute, the final minute from the end of the 6th minute through to the 7th minute, you are not allowed to ask points of information. So you're back in protected time. The no points of information in the first minute or the last minute. I encourage debaters to keep your own time. I encourage you to take out your phone as a stopwatch so that you are keeping track of time as you go along. But I'm also going to ask Ms. Taylor to assist me. So I'm going to ask, not Ms. Taylor, Ms. Terrian to assist me with timekeeping by putting some time signals in the chat just to guide you. So at 1 minute, I'm going to ask Ms. Chisholm to put a number 1 in the chat. At 6 minutes, a number 6 in the chat. And at 7 minutes, the number 7 in the chat. So those are there to guide you, but I encourage you to keep your own time. And I encourage the other side at all times to be mindful that you're not asking points of information if the speaker is in protected time. You should be completing your speech at the 7 minute mark. We do give a grace period of up to 7 minutes, 15 seconds. But if you are beyond that, then I will just clap continuously and find some way to ask you to complete speaking. Another thing is, if you're not speaking, I'm going to be asking you to mute your microphone. And now is a good time for us to demonstrate that. So if you're not speaking at all times, I encourage you to mute your microphone. Now, the points of information. I usually say that there are 2 easy options. There are 2 easy options. Either the other side opens their microphone, either the other side opens their microphone and offers point of information, or they put POI in the chat. And so the speaker who is on the floor will see that and decide if they will accept or decline it. And the speaker must accept it before you're able to make your point, all right? And so what I will do is tell the speaker at the start of your speech, you tell the other side, I'm okay with you just using your microphone and say POI or point of information, or I would prefer for you to write POI in the chat when you're offering a point of information. So each speaker, I'm asking you to give your preference at the start of your speech, and I'm asking the other side to always respect the preference that the speaker has stated. Is that an okay way? Everybody is good with that? Or let me ask it another way. Are there any objections to that?
Sorry, can you repeat? You're breaking up on my end. I think it's my internet. What the rules were for the...
Right. So I'm saying there are generally 2 ways to ask points of information. A person may open their microphone and say point of information or POI, something to that effect. Or they could write in the chat the letters for simplicity, POI. And that will tell you that they're offering a point of information. I'm saying that I think it is best for the person who is on the floor. So when you go up to speak, you say at the start, okay, I will prefer you to just open your mic when you have a point of information, or I prefer you to use the chat to indicate POI, and then you will accept. So I'm giving the speaker who is on the floor the preference to tell the other side how they would like the POI, and I'm asking the other side to respect at all times the preference indicated by the speaker. So I hope that is clear now. Are there any other questions or any questions relating to rules or things that were not covered? And so I take it that we're clear. And so just to remind us, the motion, exciting motion for this round one of Freshers Debate 2021 is this House would mandate that all persons pursue tertiary education. And without further ado at this point, I invite the Prime Minister to open the debate. Hear, hear.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, adjudicators, ladies and gentlemen. This House would mandate that all persons pursue tertiary education. Now, what is exactly is tertiary education? Now, tertiary education is simply just a higher level of education, the next level to secondary education. And we strongly believe that having all persons attend these tertiary educations could only produce benefits, that the rewards of this would completely outweigh the risk. Now, I'm sure that my opponents will argue that there are some jobs that you will not need tertiary education simply because they're mainly skill-related jobs. But let's just examine these on a case-by-case basis. Examine a few of these things to so you can understand that really and truly going to tertiary education can only benefit all. So let's take, for example, firstly, and allow me to pause so if you have a point of information, you can just open your mic to say that. So let's look firstly at the farmers. So farming, really and truly, generally in the Caribbean, we know that it's a small scale thing. But if we were supposed to mandate farmers to go to tertiary education for this, then we know for a fact that farmers, they would learn environmentally sustainable practices, like not doing monocropping and everything like that, the technicalities, and not just to put a seed in the ground and wait for it to grow. We would have a better ecosystem in general. And if farmers were allowed to go to tertiary education, and there'll be more sustainable practices, better outcome, increasing the
Point
economy,
of information.
and so forth. Accepted.
Wouldn't you say that it is the practical skills through vocation and practice that actually gives farmers this know-how instead of actually sitting down in a classroom at a so-called higher education institute?
No, thank you. Tertiary education does not have to mean that you're going to be sitting in a classroom and writing book and taking tests. It can also involve the practical approaches to this. And while a lot of the farming skills can be gained by simply going out into the farm, but in order to fully get all of the benefits that can come from farming, and in order to boost the economy and to ensure that you're doing it completely sustainably, then going to tertiary education would be the best option instead of simply stopping and trying to learn from whatever your grandfather did, which would probably involve a lot of monocropping and different unsustainable practices. Now let's look into fishing. So fishing is also another one that persons would take lightly, but in truth and in fact, if you should go to a university to get tertiary education on this, you'd understand, you'd go in depth more into why you're not supposed to do this. It can also inevitably lead to persons becoming more aware and getting more ideas and implementing, even coming up with suggestions for themselves on how to more safer fishing practices other than the ones that we know right now. So other than educating the persons for them to do the safe fishing practices, them having a higher level of education other than just thinking on the surface will allow them to think deeper and even make even more better fishing practices, so that we can have an increase in the food supply while not harming our ecosystem. Also, let's look at the small businesses now. So like entrepreneurs, you would think that, okay, I can just sit down, something comes in my head, I do it, right? And sure, it might be successful to a level. However, if you were supposed to actually teach persons that are going to training a little bit higher than the little surface level POB knowledge that we would have gotten in high school, and actually teach them how it is that you can grow your business even better. Imagine the economy that we would have. Imagine the effect that it would have. Now, going to tertiary level education will have multiple effects. It will be a whole domino effect. Allow me to remind, okay, so let's look at the fact that in our history, we...
Point of information.
Taken.
Do we have to pursue tertiary education to learn about higher knowledge education? Can't we do that through an autodidactic process, which countless entrepreneurs have done before?
Okay, so you can learn different things through other processes, yes, but in order to actually reap the full benefits of this practice, for example, farming, in order to reap it and to actually get all of the benefits from it, the best way to do it would to be tertiary education. Now, having different methods or using different ways in order to teach this is just making up for the fact that they didn't get tertiary education, so they don't fully know. So you kind of have a little meeting, or you just give them a little talk about it here and there, just to hope that it will fill in the gaps and that it will be boosted some way, somehow. But imagine if you got the full thing. Imagine if you actually got the full tertiary education. Imagine how great it would be. Now, as I was saying that tertiary education will have multiple effects. It will boost the economy because you will have persons who can perform better. They know what they're doing. They're not making a bag of mistakes and trying to learn from them. They know what they're doing. So you're going to have a stronger economy when you have more goods being produced, more good services of higher quality. Plus, you're going to have a better standard of living because persons will have higher income and they will be able to support themselves and their family. And you will
Point
also...
of information.
Taken.
Does your mandate for tertiary education therefore decrease inequality? Can you say that those who go to university to become farmers will make as much as those who go to university and then become office workers? Are you then suggesting that it's on the same level?
Could you repeat the question? I'm not sure I got that.
Are you therefore saying that everybody who goes to tertiary, who accepts tertiary education, will be on the same economic footing? Don't you think that there's some level of inequality that needs to be accounted for?
Okay, if I understand your question correctly, allow me to answer to what I understand. So if you do go to tertiary education, as a farmer, you get tertiary education to be a farmer. We do know that if everybody gets a tertiary education, then everybody will not be getting the same exact pay, but because everything would, the cost of the good, the efficiency at which you produce goods and services and such the like will inevitably be, you would get more money than if you stop at a secondary education, first of all. And so yeah, you would get more money. I'm not sure if that's what you're asking, but you would make more. I'm not saying that a farmer is going to make the same as a doctor if everybody goes to tertiary education, but in general, the economy on a whole would be boosted, the GDP would go up and everything. Okay, so also, if everybody gets tertiary education, it would impact the environment on a whole because you would have the climate change, yeah, it's going to be reduced.
Madam Prime Minister, you're at time and a little bit over.
I rest my case, sorry about that.
All right, thank you very much, Madam Prime Minister, for the opening remarks. And at this point, I'll invite the Leader of Opposition to respond. Here.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just setting up my timer now. And I'm going to start in 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm the Leader of Opposition, and the moot that we will be opposing today is that this host would mandate all students pursue a tertiary education. The main issue that we have here is the framing of the idea of a mandate. We're not saying that there are no benefits to tertiary education, because clearly the benefits to a tertiary education and pursuing higher education are innumerable. But what we are saying is that a mandate in and of itself is infeasible, and it also hinders students who may want to pursue alternative career paths. So first of all, what exactly constitutes a tertiary education? A tertiary education largely covers a learning experience at a higher educational institution, usually a university, a college, or other educational institute. However, oftentimes it does not include vocational institutions, and it also doesn't include other online courses that you can pursue that are not attached to a tertiary educational institution that you can pursue as an alternative career path. However, what I want to also touch on is what the mandate would look like. Opening government went through and gave us some explanations into how it would play out in different contexts for farmers, fishers, etc., etc. But they failed to really address how exactly the mandate would be implemented, and specifically how exactly the mandate would be funded. Mandating tertiary education is all fun and dandy, but the fact of the matter is that a tertiary educational institution operates just as a business, just as the University of the West Indies would, and it requires funding and money to be able to continue operating and providing the services that it provides. Now, taking this into account, the fact of the matter is that in order to mandate tertiary education, someone in the pockets of the government. And I'm going to be going into how it's infeasible, especially in developing and developed countries for that matter. But I also want to touch on what exactly is our weighing mechanism in this debate. The weighing mechanism in this debate is who can achieve the improvement in key statistics like our literacy rates, our HDR and other development statistics the best, and who can achieve it in a feasible manner. Additionally, it also seeks to lay out who can best achieve this metric while also allowing people to pursue things that they're passionate about without forcing them into a box, that box in this case being a tertiary education. Why? Because a tertiary education may not be for every single individual. So what is our solution? We propose that tertiary education not be mandated. Instead, we propose mandating education up to the 6th form level and then providing some degree of funding to one tertiary education to improve access to tertiary education, and also channel funding to alternative educational opportunities and opportunities to foster careers such as creatives, to foster social media marketers, and other alternative career paths, which realistically do not require tertiary education. And one can also provide the same avenue out of poverty, out of other social issues that exist within these societies in a similar manner that a tertiary education can. So the first thing I really want to touch on is this whole idea of feasibility. And it hinges on this idea of scarcity. If I have $10, how can I best allocate the $10 to, generate the best to generate the best outcome for all citizens within society? The fact of the matter is that in developing countries and developed countries for that matter, resources are scarce. We don't have all the funding to be able to mandate tertiary education. Why? Because a college education is expensive. In the United States of America, a simple college degree costs almost $70,000 US. In Jamaica, it costs 300,000 Jamaican dollars. So can you just imagine allocating those funds, even as a developed country where different administrations have attempted to implement free education for all essentially, unsuccessfully so because it's infeasible, and especially in the developing context in Jamaica, where we already have a situation where the universities are having a difficulty getting funding from the government and getting payments on time. So what is crucial here is that college education is expensive, and mandating education brings one word to mind: debt. And what comes with debt? It's a story that developing and developed countries are familiar with it, but developing countries especially are familiar with it. This idea of crippling debt and channeling funds from other issues that affect our country, such as, assisting the most vulnerable within our society, and focusing it solely on education is infeasible, simply because, tertiary educations are expensive, and then in doing so, it's really expensive. So what will happen as a result? It results in a continuation of the debt cycle in developing countries, where developing countries continue to be buried under the weight of debt, continuing to suffer from high debt to GDP ratios, and in doing so, actually being counterintuitive to what our Prime Minister here is trying to say in achieving development and so on. Because the fact of the matter is that when the funds are not available to channel to things like investment in infrastructure, investment in agriculture, investment in all these different sectors within our economy, what we have here is not a holistic standard of development across the board. I see a POI.
Yes, point of information. If persons now are generally not, persons now without tertiary education, they're in debt even right now. So wouldn't it be better if they invest in tertiary education and in the end,
the fact of the matter is it's not an issue of the persons being in debt. The issue is that the country itself, the government, has to pay for the tertiary education. So what that will then result in is increased debt in terms of the country. That the country will have to bear, and as a result, it creates an infeasible situation that cannot be continued. Simply because, the money isn't there And, we already have the issues with the high debt to GDP ratio and other things. So we want to achieve all that you're saying in terms of the benefits of education. And we recognize that those are benefits. But the issue is that the mandate in and of itself is not a feasible mechanism. Instead, we propose that it is better to mandate it up to the sixth form, one, to achieve, the basic level of literacy, to improve all those key statistics as well, but to also invest in alternative routes, because what may happen is that individuals who, a tertiary education may not be for them, may be forced into this box of a tertiary education. And, it may not even end up being worthwhile simply because the tertiary education in and of itself does not even guarantee employment. Because if you don't have money to invest in the economy as a whole, because it's all invested in education, you can't invest in startups, in different businesses to allow to even provide jobs for these individuals who you want to funnel all through the educational sector and, help in that way. So, you want to boost the economy, but the fact of the matter is, instead of boosting the economy, you're actually burying us in debt. And short and long run versus educational institutions, term investment where it's a 3-year, and after the done, that is when you can now experience the benefits. So what we are proposing is a more holistic solution, and with that, we rest.
Thank you very much, Leader of Opposition, for your remarks. And now we'll go back to the government side and invite the Deputy Prime Minister here.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, I want to first hear. Good afternoon, everyone. Again, I want to first touch on a point made by our opposition leader. He was saying that tertiary education. He was asking how will tertiary education be funded? Like, how will our government fund tertiary education? But I want to ask him, if you are, I want to say tertiary education is actually a good investment, it's a sustainable investment. So if I, as a government, decide that I want to fund tertiary education for all Jamaicans, then in next 5 years, actually, will we not have a better country? Will these persons who would have now been improved, would have been better, even the small business owners, farmers, fishermen, like my fellow government member, Prime Minister has said, would they being improved with this improvement, would they not be excellent and bring good contribution to our country? Not accepted. Will they not bring contribution to our country, improving the GDP of our country in turn? We need persons who is knowledgeable about things in our world, really and truly, how much do we really learn at secondary level? How deep do we really go? We don't really go in depth, and that's the reality. And ending education at sixth form level, that will not help our country. That will not be of any sustainable help to our country. At sixth form level, who will hire you? How will that person at sixth form education bring contribution to our country? What contribution would they give? I want to go on to say, I want to touch back on small business owners. So what we need to know is that the farmers specifically, we are living in a time when global warming is off the books. Global warming is the main thing at hand. Our farmers with the traditional knowledge that they would gain from other, accepted.
You made the point. You asked the question, where would this country be if everybody was more knowledgeable? Now, I posed to you the question, what good does knowledge do this country if there's no space, i.e. no jobs for it to be practiced and applied because of underemployment?
Okay, so, all right. So you're mentioning underemployment. Tertiary education, first of all, tertiary education getting the tertiary education will not only make you qualified for a job at your country, but you can go on a global scale. You can grow globally and be great. But you're talking about underemployment now. Like if each sector, each area in our country improves, don't you think our employment level will improve eventually? Or we'll be getting our GDP will grow and it is helping us. Yes, accepted.
How exactly will all those sectors be improved when you have tons of debt from allocating all that money to education? So in the meanwhile, you get people educated, but they come out to a society where no sector is developed because, well, not a lot of sector is developed because of underfunding.
Well, that will be dependent on your budgeting. So we have to the government. That will be on the government and to create proper budgeting to ensure that after you come out from tertiary education, there is ways, the economy does not crash or crumble. So they won't put all their money into tertiary education to say, oh, the economy will crash and crumble afterwards. They have to do it wisely and they have to think it out properly. And I want to mention the point that the opposition leader, yes, what he was saying was that, he think it must end at sixth form level, and after sixth form level, we should do other alternatives like vocational training and so. But the vocational training is actually tertiary level. So tertiary level does not mean that you're going to come to UWI and do a doctor degree. That's not the only. I do a medical degree. That's not the only thing that tertiary education is. Vocational is actually vocation, college education. Those are all tertiary
Point
education.
of information.
Yes.
You mentioned earlier that tertiary education is sustainable, but sustainable at what cost? Putting ourselves in debt because we lack innovativity and are unwilling to invest in other professional areas does not seem to be feasible and definitely does not contribute to sustainable development for the future generation.
But I'm gonna say it depends. It depends on the area that you focus on. So, for example, like you know that I will continue relate to farming because most of like in Jamaica we have a lot of farmers, but most of them are rural or small scale farmers. Imagine if those farmers actually got tertiary education, what would happen? Imagine like the level that we will be at now. In our like as a country, we'll be importing so much. We'll be producing. Our production will be off the scale. We will not eventually be out of debt. We will be making so much money. So it's like it's actually worth it. Like it's definitely worth it. Yes, I was saying that yes, vocational education is actually tertiary education, and you cannot ignore that. So tertiary education does not necessarily mean that you will go to school for 5 years, for 4 years. No, you can actually have tertiary education that lasts for 2 years. So, and then those persons can come, start contributing to the economy, making our economy grow, and yes, and develop. Yes. So I want to say, what is a society with persons ending at secondary education? What is that? What is that society? What is that? Like we would be like we'll be behind. We need to improve ourselves. We need to improve ourselves so that we can be somebody globally, not just like we can't just think necessarily like local like space. We need to be great. We need to be bigger. We are a developing country. We need to be developed. We need to make sense on the global market. Yes, I rest my case.
All right, thank you very much, Deputy Prime Minister, for your remarks. And now we'll go back to side opposition, and I welcome the Deputy Leader of Opposition. You're here.
Okay. Before we get started, I'd like to say I'll accept POIs by unmuting and opening your video. Thank you very much. I'll be starting in 3, 2, 1. This House would not, the South simply cannot mandate tertiary education in this country. Now, I've heard a lot of points come from side government, and frankly, while I think it's fine to be idealistic, and I definitely will not be the one to step in here and say it's wrong to dream, I think that I need to take my place along with my leader of the opposition and be a human, be realistic, and really examine the scope and stakeholders in this entire debate. I'd like to say that this is a very unempathetic mood. This is a very unempathetic mandate, because I do not think that there is any universe in which everybody accept tertiary education for a multitude of reasons. And furthermore, I don't think that there's any universe in which a developing country, of which Jamaica is one, is able to fund a mandate for every child stepping out of sixth form into a tertiary space and be able to ensure that they're able to step back and give back to their economy, which side government was so adamant in bringing in promoting. I don't think that there's any space in which Jamaica or any developing country is going to be able to both fund a system where they're able to ensure every child can learn and must learn at the tertiary level and then come back and work to give back to the country. Now, I'd like to offer a few rebuttals to what was said by side government. Something that I realized that they kept bringing up was something about farmers and fishermen doing better by going to some form of tertiary institution. Yes, you mentioned that this does not mean UA or University of the West Indies, but this can be vocational. But the point that I was trying to bring about in a POI was the fact that it doesn't account for inequality. Our side opposition fully accounts for inequality and what best way we can go about to ensure that everybody is on somewhat equal footing. Yes, there will always be poverty that exists, but with our move, not mandating tertiary education, I think that this is the best way to decrease inequality. Because as I brought up, I do not think that a farmer who goes to some vocational school, or better yet, goes to university, will end up better off because they quote unquote know more as those who go to university and end up working jobs in the service level sector, because truthfully, that is a framework that our country is now built on. Yes, vocation is important. In fact, it built the framework of every country, developed first world or third world. But I do not think that it's going to ensure that everybody is able to operate on the same footing. Everybody's going to be more economically stable or on the same footing. And I do not think it's going to account for the fact that poverty will always exist, which is something that as a government, you should really be trying to stop. Now, I will pause here and accept any points of information.
Point of information?
Accept it.
So you're saying that farmers going to tertiary education, like that will not eliminate inequality, but if farmers remain at the same level that they are at now, if the farmers are like how they are now, will that improve inequality?
I will say yes, because you having farmers go to some form of tertiary education or tertiary level institution and then be further in debt, I don't see how that's better off for them if they're not making as much money as those who do or those who don't go and are just doing what they've been doing for centuries, or as the prime minister put it, did what their great grandfather or their grandfathers did in the past. Now, I will continue. Vocations, as I said, are the framework that built nations. And yes, we have a service-oriented society, but vocations, which are specializations in and of themselves, really are necessary for our country and all countries to run. Now, I do not think that you are going to really acknowledge the social context, as you haven't done that so far, side government. Now, I'm going to bring up a social issue. I can think of time and time again, many of my colleagues who have had opportunities to go to some form of institution, but were unable to due to some form of family circumstance, due to some form of personal circumstance. And yes, while it was a shame that they're unable to pursue this, no doubt, and I'm not going to sit here and tell you tertiary education is bad, because here I am as a UWI student hoping to further my career through it. I do not think that it's for the best that they put what is possibly their family at risk in order to pursue some form of education that, as it stands in our society right now, gives them no guarantee of a job or any guarantee of making money to pay back whatever debt or to therefore even make a living. Another thing that I'd like to say is that the stakeholders, one of the big stakeholders is the government. Now, side government, you are yet to answer, and maybe we'll hear from it in the closing half, but you are yet to answer, how will the country pay for this? How are you going to pay for this? Because you mentioned budgeting, but then I ask the question, where is the money? Because if you put all the money in mandating that you pay for everybody to go to some form of tertiary level institute, where is the development going to go to ensure that there is no brain drain? Because let's assume that everybody does get to go ahead and go to a university or vocational school and they get worth and they come back. Are you then going to sit back and say this short-term or long-term investment where you have so many certified people sitting down doing nothing because of no opportunities is for the best, because it is going to ensure that every country or every person has at least the opportunity to work or the opportunity to be employed because of their qualification? I say yes, they're going to have the opportunity to be employed or the opportunity to work because these things exist elsewhere. Opportunities do exist elsewhere, and they are not in the country in which you claim to be trying to develop, because brain drain is a problem, and yet still you're yet to address it. I think that in mandating education up to the sixth form level, and then having any form of opportunity for those who would like to do something other than go to the university or go to some form of vocational school will work out better in the long run, because it then gives people the ability to do whatever it is they want. And if you give people that sense of independence, it will then benefit the country as a whole, because then they're able to form businesses, they're able to explore opportunities that would probably be long gone or be squandered, having them sit down in a mandated university classroom or mandated vocational classroom. I understand that my time is up, and this is Side Opposition. We rest.
Thank you very much, Deputy Leader of Opposition, for those remarks and for taking us to the halfway mark of the round, which so far has been quite exciting. Let's hear from the closing teams, and we'll begin with the government member here.
Good afternoon once again, and to all in the house. I must acknowledge that all the points been made have been valid. But one thing that has been clarion and been a very clear statement is that the mandating of tertiary education has more benefits than risks. I will start out by acknowledging that tertiary education is what it says, post-secondary education. Being able to take another step up the ladder is very important. As people, before, when we only had primary education, then we have attained secondary now, and we're pushing forward to tertiary. I really encourage opposition to not put their hat below their head, but put it on top. Put it somewhere where we can reach. For the mandating of tertiary education will have immense benefits. Firstly, let us look at the productivity point that was highlighted. If you look at what a highly skilled, highly educated workforce from a tertiary education is able to do, the numbers globally are clear. The mandating of tertiary education will allow the workforce to be more globally. In addressing the brain drain question, brain drain is defined as the migration of skilled persons from a source market. What is happening is that we have insufficient amounts. Brain drain is a challenge for the country when you don't have enough. The mandating will make our citizens marketable globally, thereby increasing their opportunities to be global citizens and represent the nation at large.
Point of information.
Are also the productivity of the citizens. Acknowledge.
You said that mandating tertiary education will give citizens a chance to be global citizens, and I agree, because they are going to be working elsewhere. What are you going to do about increasing industries to support the capacity of this newly educated workforce?
The people at present leave due to the inability to access more skilled jobs. When you have more persons in the country with such skills, highly skilled people, highly educated people, why would they want to leave where they have their fellow comrades that are working side by side to increase the productivity and to create jobs and industries within the nation? The creation of jobs that we have right now are a result of a lowly skilled workforce. If you look at where we get most of the money from GDP percentage, it is from lowly skilled. And moving towards a highly skilled, highly educated workforce will encourage greater industries of highly skilled and more quaternary industries and sectors. Knowledge is also the marketability. And to add to that, I will go also point to the fact that long ago our people left to cut cane. Our people have started to work in BPOs. The time will come where people will be able to create robots, will be able to create software, will be able to push the world forward if they have this tertiary education. So the government is very, very adamant that the mandating of tertiary education is critical at this point, for it will allow our citizens to have better opportunity and allow the nation to be able to grow as it's seen, whereas nations such as Singapore, where over 50% of the citizens have had access to this tertiary education, and the nation has moved leaps and bounds. So it is clear that the mandating of the tertiary education will have positive impacts on us, not only increasing productivity, but allowing our citizens after secondary education to be better utilized. And I hope that you hear, I rest here.
All right, thank you very much, Member of Government, for those remarks. And now we'll go back to opposition and invite the Member of Opposition here. Member of Opposition, are you here?
I believe I'm the one supposed to go now. Closing government, closing member of opposition.
Opposition member.
Right. Okay. Judges, teammates, opponents, and my esteemed audience, a hearty afternoon to you all. I am Deshaun Jackson, the opposition member of Team Closing Government, and my team and I will be deliberating on the motion. This House would mandate that all persons pursue tertiary education, in which we firmly disagree with. It has been an interesting debate. However, once again, the government has bring forth an inconceived mandate to force our students against their wills to work for them while they flourish and we struggle. Especially that most times there's very little provisions to make their mandates effective. However, before I get into my argument, I would like to rebut. The government member of Team Proposition mentioned that you need to attend tertiary education to climb the social and economic ladder through a conventional way. However, are you saying that if it's done through an unconventional yet ethical approach, you won't be able to climb the social ladder? Again, another absurd notion in which I will prove later in my speech. Now, in adding to the side opposition stance, we agree that making tertiary education is mandatory, and it's not making tertiary education mandatory is not feasible, and it hinders students who want to pursue other career paths which do not require them to attend tertiary education. Along with this mandate, it will place countries in debt again, forcing our students to graduate university, possibly also in debt, but also to work, having most of their income going into tax to support the country when they can barely support themselves. Now, without further ado, I will go into my first line of argument, which is not all individuals' paths are aligned with tertiary education. Students may not want to attend tertiary education because their desired career path may not require them to. Then if so, why should we stifle them by forcing them to attend university? This mandate is simply absurd. We need to move on from those old mindsets that only through having a degree will you become successful. In our current society, we have preceded traditional jobs and ideas, and though they are still relevant and important, such as becoming lawyers, doctors, and nurses, etc., we have realized that there are many other career paths that can enable us to live our best lives, be successful, and contribute to society significantly. Additionally, my opponents, we have heard the countless stories about students who have idealized going to university, and after a rigorous and long period of stress and hard work, they have no jobs after graduating, and they're forced to work underpaid positions just to make ends meet in their adult life until better comes. Is this the reality we want to continue to permeate our society? Because if we implement this mandate of tertiary education being mandatory, this is exactly what will happen. Now, for example, the owner of Earth Elements Jamaica, a renowned natural skincare, accepted.
So, you go into university, get into tertiary education, unemployed, you have a degree, versus you not going to university, no tertiary education, no degree, you're still unemployed. Which one do you think it's better to have the degree?
Allow me to further go into my point so I can answer that question, my opponent. Now, the owner of Earth Elements Jamaica, a renowned natural skincare business owned by natural enthusiast Diane Williams, who turned her passion for helping people with sensitive skin to take care of it safely and effectively with natural products who did not attend university. Her passion called her to help people, and it didn't require her to attend university. Now, what if this mandate was in place before she decided to follow her passion? What if she was forced to attend university, forcing her to forego her passion, to help others, to help people with their skin, to do something she's not passionate about? She'd become something that she dreaded, making her life miserable, as most of her parents tirelessly complain about, and they're frustrated making their contribution to society, and her contribution to society,
Point of information,
because her career path is not aligned to her passions. No, my opponents, I'm not accepted at the moment. No, my opponents, I'm not saying that we shouldn't encourage our students to attend university. However, if it is their desire, without a doubt, allow them to pursue it. However, making tertiary education mandatory is explicit dictatorship on the end of the government, and it stifles freedom of expression and creativity among our nations. However, allowing people to make their choices in terms of whether they want to go to pursue higher education or pursue other conventional ways to become successful, we should allow them. Now, in closing, my opponents, Team Opposition is proposing that instead of making tertiary education mandatory, the opposition propose that we invest in attempts to provide programs for non-traditional careers such as foreign exchange traders, skincare producers, and creative jobs such as content creators, etc., to allow creativity and to foster a more diverse and prosperous economy and society. Thank you.
Thank you, opposition member, for your remarks. And now we'll hear the final presentation on side government. I invite the government whip here.
Good afternoon, everyone. Are you all seeing and hearing me?
Yes, we are.
Opponents, judges, spectators, a most pleasant good afternoon. I think this has been a most interesting debate. And I also think it's very clear to see who the winner is. Now, the opening government made some extremely clear, concise, beautiful statements. And the opposition also made some very clear, concise statements. However, I would like to firstly address a pressing point, which I believe the opposition has simply skipped over. Tertiary education is not a box. I believe it was our opposition leader who said so. Tertiary education is not a box. It involves skills beyond simply sitting in a classroom, in a lecture hall, learning typical tertiary university education. Tertiary education is defined as any level of education which goes beyond secondary, which goes beyond high school. Tertiary education can mean learning a skill, becoming an engineer, becoming a plumber. Tertiary education can mean going to Heart Trust NTA and learning the arts, learning sewing, dancing, cooking. Tertiary education is a holistic approach to life beyond high school. I believe our Prime Minister was the one who made this point. Persons such as farmers and fishermen, if they were allowed access to tertiary education, they would be able to build themselves beyond simply monocropping and just learning how to do the basic skills required for farming. And also, I would like to add, tertiary education for a farmer would not just involve learning how to plant new seeds and learning new farming methods. Tertiary education for a farmer can mean learning budgeting skills, learning management skills, learning how to develop their farm, learning how to help their workers, learning how to operate the machinery which they need to build their farms. I would also like to point out, I believe it was our opposition leader who made the point of inequality. Tertiary education is not accessible to all. I believe that's what he said, or something along those lines. Tertiary education can be made available to anyone who would like to pursue it. Tertiary education can be made affordable to anyone who would like to
Point of
pursue
information. If you're therefore saying it can be made to anybody who wants to pursue, why are you then sitting there as a government mandating it, saying that every child must go to some form of tertiary level institution? I think that you're contradictory right here.
I'm glad that you asked me that, Mr. Speaker, and I will let you know right now why we, the government, believe that tertiary education should be mandated. If every single child born in Jamaica going through the high school process pursues a tertiary education, the overall workforce in Jamaica will exceed beyond our wildest expectations. I would like to point out what my government member stated earlier, the global market. If every single individual in Jamaica receives a tertiary education, we will become exceedingly more marketable on a global scale. We will develop extremely skilled individuals who will be able to pursue multiple avenues of careers and streams of income. We will have persons who are pursuing fields that we will not even imagine at this point in time. We'll be able to develop technological advancements that Jamaica cannot even dream of at this point in time. If every single person in Jamaica receives a tertiary education, we would be able to have highly skilled workers on every single level, not
Point
just
of information. Why does it seem like side government is so obsessed with marketability to other countries and less interested in developing our own country? Yes, it's good to be marketable, but don't you think that we need to create jobs and industries here instead of sending our newly educated workforce overseas to do their work instead of ours?
Of course, the government believes that Jamaica needs to develop our own country, which is why we are mandating that persons should receive tertiary education. If every individual in Jamaica were to receive a higher education, not just in a university sense, but in a vocational sense, in a technical sense, we will be able to create jobs within our own market that will exceedingly improve the economy and, the economy of Jamaica. Every single individual who can contribute to Jamaica's development, if they receive a tertiary education, our economy, our standard of living will exceedingly improve. I would also like to say, I would like to continue my point that I was making earlier about affordability. Tertiary education being made available to each individual is not impossible. If we, as a government, can introduce a lower tax threshold for lower class citizens, they would be able to receive free education. If we, the government, can work with NGOs, nonprofit organizations to provide pool source funding for each individual to be made to go to tertiary education, it's not impossible. There are multiple scholarship opportunities, bursary opportunities, funding opportunities that haven't been explored by the government, that have not yet been explored, that we can explore to provide funding for tertiary education for every single individual. And lastly, I would just like to highlight something else that my government member stated earlier. Jamaica becoming even more of a global footprint, even more of a global heavy hitter in the world. We are all aware that Jamaica is still a developing country. It's clear that we are still a developing country. However, if every single individual were to receive a tertiary education, if every single individual were to pool together their intellect, their sources, their skills, and create higher paying jobs, higher skilled jobs, higher working classes, we would be able to become an even more advanced country than we are right now. And I would like to say lastly, tertiary education does not mean sitting in university for 3-4 years and getting a degree. Tertiary education can simply be a certification, something that can take 6 months to a year. We're not forcing anyone to sit in a classroom and learn hours and hours and hours of information to receive a degree at the end of 4 years. That is not what we're saying at all. So I would just like to say, the government, we, the House, are exceedingly clear that each person in this island should pursue tertiary education. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Government Whip, for those remarks. And now I'll invite the Opposition Whip to close out the opposition side and to close the round on a whole. Here.
Good afternoon, everyone. Are you hearing me?
Hearing you.
Okay, so good afternoon to the adjudicators, fellow debaters, and the listening audience. The debate has been very interesting, and there are very valid points that has come to the floor. But in supporting my opposition and telling you the reason why we have won comes under the theme of idealism and realism. And just to make it clear that the motion that the government defends actually says that in a more defined term, that we give an official order and commission that all tertiary students or all individuals should receive tertiary education. The opposition has given a realistic standpoint in the affordability, equal opportunity. Meanwhile, government has emphasized on an ideological standpoint on the benefits of education, which the opposition and the government does not disagree. There are benefits to tertiary education, but the affordability, equal opportunity, and other issues, the opposition has defended consistently. The government, the Finance Speaker for the government alluded to the fact that we could reduce taxes in terms of supplying that mandate. But I will argue in saying that reducing taxes does not necessarily mean that the mandate can be funded. Opposition has addressed the issue of mandation very clearly, and which I see that the government has seemed to skirt around a little bit about the issue, because there's an issue of mandation versus a right to tertiary education. And the government has seemed to make that distinction very clear. It would be mandated, as they say, but we say different. In their arguments, we see consistent examples of farmers, domestic individuals in this economy who seek to contribute. And this shows some side of inequality that does exist. But are they saying that tertiary education will only benefit farmers and those other domestic
information?
Accepted.
The opposition is focusing on the example made and not the point of the government. The government is being very, very clear that the impact of mandating tertiary education benefits several industries, but an example of which were farmers.
Okay, but the example of which are farmers does not appreciate a broader context. It only addresses a particular socioeconomic background or particular persons in this society. Maybe it wasn't intentional, but other persons may see it differently. And the opposition has struck the balance between the social benefits of tertiary education while seeing that there are also some economic consequences that has to be considered. Meanwhile, the government has seemed to, as again, skirt around the economic consequences of the mandation of tertiary education. Meanwhile, we have given some claim as to how we can balance the right or the freedom to access tertiary education, but yet still building our own economy and not only actually having persons educated to the tertiary level, but actually having space for employment. Through this, I continue saying that the government seems to not really address the issue of possible brain drain, because mandation does not ignore the fact that mandating it could even see possible brain drain, with the fact that in this economy, there is not much of a job market that said that we could, that these educated persons could supply. And so there is a real issue in that. The opposition has emphasized that the right to well, I've already addressed that, but the question in all of this is sustainability. Is the mandate itself really sustainable?
Points of information.
Accepted.
So, Mr. Speaker, you said that persons who are not pursuing tertiary education, they may want to leave because we are forcing them to receive tertiary education. Is it that you would like to keep all of Jamaica in a state of secondary education only?
Not the point I was making exactly. I'm outlining that it would be proportional to have them educated while having a job market that can be supplied. So, and I've outlined that the government has not really given a reason that, yes, we should mandate, but however, what is the job market available considering that Jamaica and other Caribbean countries are developing nations that are not only struggling to educate its citizens, but are struggling as well to find a balance with education and a job market that is intensified by investment. Now, these are the reasons why I would say that opposition has carried the heavier weight of point in this debate, with that we do not disagree that tertiary education should be accessible to all. Everyone should have the right.
Information. The opposition, if I'm understanding clearly, is conceding that tertiary education has more benefits than there are ills.
We do, and the opposition does agree that there are benefits, not that there are more benefits, but that there are benefits. However, it would be easier to say that while there are benefits, there has to be a balance between the supply and the demand. And tertiary education does not necessarily say that the demand will be supplied, or even so that is there even a demand at all, considering that we are still a developing nation, struggling to balance social issues and economic issues at the same time. And so I rest.
All right, thank you very much, opposition whip, for those remarks, and thank you to all speakers for what was a very exciting round. I'm sure that the panel will have a lot to discuss to come to a decision. At this time, the panel will be leaving to make that decision. Can the host create a breakout room for the panel to go and deliberate, please? Okay, I'm seeing an invitation. So panelists, please join me in that room.
Okay, and thank you very much, Javon. I'm not sure if the other room is finished as yet. So until we have clarified that, could the DJ provide us with some music in the front so that we can get the information coming from the other room, whether or not they are finished. They may just be wrapping up, but just to ensure that we are on even keel, could we hear some music from the DJ until we get what is happening in the next room, please? So this is still pressure today.
In life,
still action happening here.
Like royalty.
We'll be back with you in about a minute or so, just getting the rooms together. When we come back, I have a special treat for you here at the Midway. Joining me is a special panel of adjudicators. They have been listening to the debate. They themselves have some calls to make, some points of view to give. Excitement is coming in just a few, but let's listen to the DJ.
Used to sleep on Stagger Coach. Me used to sleep on Corey Coach. Them and they never left me out. Me used to live at Eddie House. Me never keep me own a key. She keep my used to let me out. Me bring him with me go LA. It's like a him get nominated. Watch the Grammy side of me. Cause how much people can you say would feed you when you're hungry, when you brought them bless you with money? But I have been so fortunate, surrounded by so many people. Make sure say me go pathetic, and them they think me can't forget. Your daughter and my daughter wants me living, she no happy fret. If I ever make it in a life, you are gonna be living like royalty. So me happy set the thing right. Never ever happy think twice, no way. If I ever make it in a life, you are gonna be living like royalty. So me happy set the thing right, like royalty. Hey,
man, I set it like 3 a card. Remember when me get me first under a card?
In another 6 minutes, the other room that is having a debate will also be free. So we are going to be taking at least a little bit of some time. That room is going to be finished in another 5 or so minutes. So bear with us. Keep listening to some good music. We'll come back at the end when both rooms go into adjudication.
If I make it in a line, you are gonna be living like, hey, I me say some me happy say the thing right. Never ever happy think twice, no way. Mommy put her money where your mouth there. Empty bank account support me talent, oh yeah. Everything me have you get it time 1,000. On me feel repaying amount of money won't spend. Now we must see rough see me in a torment. People call me gruff like up in the apartment. Remember me they tell you there would be a moment when the work we put in would have pay off so set. Now you see the family top of the mountain. Keeping all the streams and turn them in a fountain. Now get salary man does I do them own things. So any town and any city understand you coming with me. If I ever make it in a life, you are gonna be living like royalty. So be happy say the thing alright. Never ever happy think twice, don't worry. If I ever make it in a life, you are gonna be living like royalty. So me happy say the thing alright. Like royalty, royalty. Hey.
Stay winning. I brought up. You know money, land, asset.
I could say I never dare to think about you in that way, but I would be lying. And I pretend I'm happy for you when you find some dude to take home. But I won't deny that in the midst of the crowds and the shapes in the clouds, I don't see nobody but you. In my rose-tinted dreams, wrinkled silk on my sheets, I don't see nobody but you. Boy, you got me hooked on to something. Who could say that they saw us coming? Tell me, do you feel the love? Spend a summer or a lifetime with me. Let me take you to the place of your dreams. Tell me, do you feel the love? I could say I never unzipped those blue Levi's inside my head, but that's far from the truth. Don't know what's come over me. It seems like yesterday when I said we'll be friends forever. Heard constellations of stars, mules on city walls. I don't see nobody but you. You're my vice, you're my muse, you're a 19th floor view. I don't see nobody but you. Boy, you got me hooked onto something. Who could say that they saw us coming? Tell me, do you feel the love? Spend a summer or a lifetime with me. Let me take you to the place of your dreams. Tell me, do you feel the love? Boy, you got me hooked onto something. Who could say that they saw us coming? Tell me, do you feel the love? Spend a summer or a lifetime with me. Let me take you to the place of your dreams. Tell me, do you feel the love? 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 Do you feel the love?
Up in your room once again, tempted. Bad for me, it's the truth, but I can't miss this. Don't tell my friends that I'm here to visit. Don't tell my friends that I'm here. Yeah. Waiting for you, even how you treat me. You're my baby, even when you leave me. Maybe I'm the one to blame. Maybe I'm the cause of the pain. Waiting for you, even how you treat me. You're my baby, even when you leave me. Maybe I'm the problem and the one that's causing all of this. I can't say I love you no more, cause my friends gon' judge me for sure. It took some time, but I realized you do me wrong, but it feels right. I can't say I love you no more, cause my friends gon' judge me for sure. It took some time, but I realized you do me wrong, but it feels right. Feels like I'm stuck on you. Trust me, I do understand. This is bad for me, I'm a fool, but I can't end it. Far from love, but I'm stuck. Staying while you kiss me, saying that you miss me. Hate it when you take me in. Waiting for you, even how you treat me. You're my baby, even when you leave me. Maybe I'm the one to blame. Maybe I'm the cause of the pain. Waiting for you, even how you treat me. You're my baby, even when you leave me. Maybe I'm the problem and the one that's causing all of this. I can't say I love you no more, cause my friends gon' judge me for sure. It took some time, but I realized you do me wrong, but it feels right. I can't say I love you no more, cause my friends gon' judge me for sure. It took some time, but I realized you do me wrong, but it feels right. I can't say I love you no more, cause my friends gon' judge me for sure.
Thank you so very much, Mr. DJ. Thank you so much. We actually have joining me at this time for this kind of halftime adjudication review. We have Mr. Jonathan Atkins. He's joining me, a well-known debater in the UWI circuit. We also have Tamoy, who is joining us. She is also a decorated student leader. If you are in the faculty of law, you will know why. But she's also a UWI debater. They will join me as well in this event coming up soon. Jonathan, are you with me? Tamoy, are you with me?
Hi, Mr. Ben. Can you hear me? Yes, I'm here.
I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you. Am I seeing you? Not yet, but I'm hearing you. And of course, well, if you don't want to be seen, we can work it out. But probably because I don't know what you young people sometimes are doing behind these cameras. Anyway, welcome Tamoy, welcome to Jonathan. And of course, we're going to be telling you a little bit of some of the things we noticed over the last couple of minutes as we saw the debaters tussling to and fro. And just to give you our own ideas as to what we felt this debate was about and whether or not it would have done some of the things we felt it should have done, the whole works. We're not going to really bash anybody, it's just a simple thing.
Let me just interject, Mr. Bet, that the judges have submitted their ballots. So not anything that you say or the others now will not influence the decision that has been made.
We were never intending to influence the judges in any way at all.
I would never suggest that we were doing that.
With the judges on the panel, we recognize that the final call is the judge's call. It has nothing to do with the judges at all. And our review may not even be as in-depth enough to capture what the adjudicators, 3 of them, sat down and discussed. So we are, of course, in the chat, we are waiting. One room has submitted, another room is now in deliberation. We are awaiting the full review to know who will move on to the final. But my panel is here. Tamoy, Jonathan, are you here?
Yes, I'm here, Rojo.
Excellent. Well done.
Yes, we're here.
Okay. Well, boy, thank you so much, people, for seeing your such refreshing faces. In a day like today, I don't normally see people like you on a Sunday. You know, I always see Jesus. But it's nevertheless good to see you all. Let's talk a little bit about this debate. The motion was this House would mandate all persons to pursue tertiary education. Tamoy, which room were you in, and what kind of feeling were you getting from that room?
Hi, Mr. Ben. So I was in room 1, and I thought it was a good debate. I think there were just a few issues where I think some of the debaters didn't really understand what their role was. And I think that kind of affected how possibly the debate could have flowed smoothly. I think, for example, the whip, one of the things that they're supposed to do is really to identify clashes within the debate. And I really found that there was one side that was predominantly going after that, but another was kind of falling short. I think the opening half of the House, for example, government was really to set the context. It's a policy-based debate. So you're supposed to be putting something forward. That was lacking. And of course, you have to judge the debate that happened, not what we thought should have happened. So the other members would have had to go on and would have to critique and have their points going after that. I think some fundamental issues that were lying around that I saw people were talking about a right to an education, the benefit this would have. The other side, opposition mainly coming in with how you're going to finance it. And what I felt, Mr. Bent, was that some of those questions were left a little bit unanswered. I wasn't solid in there saying, okay, this is how we will do it. This is our policy. This is how it will work. Those little elements kind of left me kind of saying, well, should I be putting it together? But we also saw other members of the team, mostly the closing half, in my opinion, picking up the slack and was able to offer some clarity where they said financial partnerships and regional partnerships. They gave me a sort of idea. This is how Jamaica would look if we were to go with this stance. I did see some combative nature, some POIs coming in, which made it engaging. But in my opinion, I think the closing half was a little better, particularly I think the government side, but that was my view. And I think overall, it was a good debate, just that a bit more understanding in the role of what you're supposed to do as a prime minister, as the government whip, as the closing whip, would have, to me, enhanced the debate a bit.
Thank you. Jonathan, what about you and the room you were in, sir?
Yeah, hi everyone. Hi everyone. I want to apologize for my canine, my canine company. But anyways, so yeah, overall, overall, it was a decent debate. However, I think the debate, especially in the opening house, particularly in the opening house, I think there was a little bit of a problem because in terms of defining the motion, which is what there was a problem in that persons came and gave denotative definitions of tertiary education without kind of giving us a good characterization of what actually happens in a tertiary institution. And not just only what happens in a tertiary institution, because if it is that you're going to mandate tertiary education, there has to be a comparison to whether alternative forms of education or the other levels of education, whether it be primary and secondary, what happens at the primary level and the secondary level that's not sufficient enough or that would have warranted a mandating of tertiary education, because that's where the debate there would have been a very strong debate about whether or not do we need to mandate tertiary education, or is there something lacking within the primary or the secondary levels of education that really and truly we don't need the expensive nature of tertiary education fixed. Also, I think the matter of economics, in terms of whether or not there would be a glut in educated people or people with degrees and so on, or even the value of the degree. I think that's something that I think didn't really come out enough. The value of a degree, no, it might sound elitist, but there really needs to be, I always tell debaters to go for the jugular, go for the hard line. Because just like how, for instance, majority of the people who, for instance, in the United States that don't believe that everyone should have access to tertiary education or don't believe in free college, they'll tell you that the value of the degree goes down when more people have it, and then it's functional for the best to have the degrees and so on, and other persons will siphon out into other fields of education or even other job sectors. But I think interestingly, there was a point that I think could have been even evaluated a little bit more about education for export, because there's a reasonable argument for it, especially because remittances play such a huge role in Jamaica's foreign exchange earnings. And if we have enough, if Jamaica becomes a country that will literally just start to send out people to other countries to work and send back money, that isn't necessarily a bad thing. And there could have been a conversation about that on both sides. But I think the most important thing in the debate that I think was really lacking was really the question of whether or not government should be mandating adults over the age of 18. Because if there was a definition of tertiary education, that would have come up in the context that tertiary education normally exists within the context of 18 and over. Should the government be mandating adults over the age of 18? Because we have a right to education from primary to secondary, largely because those are the skills that when you learn at primary and the secondary level, the skills that you need to survive in life. So that's why that is a right. But the question about whether or not the government should take me up as a big, tough, turbid man and tell me, say, me must go and learn a skill or so on. And is that really not feasible, but is it really allowable in a democratic society, or is it anti-democratic? So I think even that part, I think what happened in the debate, there were a lot of low-hanging fruits that were expanded upon, but the more complex ideas, I don't think were engaged with well enough. And I think that particular one about the government mandates, especially when you think about the context of like vaccines and so on, that would have been a perfect example to expound some more upon about the role of government, etc.
Yes, certainly concurred with both of you in terms of the overall analysis. Listen, we understand that. I'm very impressed with the debaters who so far were able to cogently argue for over 5 minutes, of an average of 5 minutes and over. I was really impressed with their abilities to do that, to carry the debate. It's nerve-wracking to be able to come up with arguments within 15 minutes. And then to speak for 7 minutes and to take POIs from persons who are attacking you left, right, and center, and to keep focus and to keep sane and to have a point, right? Because sometimes all of those different things are larger problematic. And I think one of the things I would want to say to our young debaters, frame questions that you think should be answered in a debate, because I think it also helps to also structure your own thinking and your own mind, because we all have questions, you know. So I think a lot of the things that you need to figure out among yourselves is start framing them in questions and getting them answered in very short period of time, because that will also help overall in answering some of the questions. But also it may help in anticipating what some of those other queries may come from inside opposition, and may even help you in preempting some of the arguments that are going to come from the closing part of the House. But overall, very good, very calm, a very measured debate. I was able to see cogency. I was able, apart from the fact that I know, and listen, even among seasoned debaters, we fall short on definition. Even among seasoned debaters, we fall short on whipping. It's all about always expanding and training and practicing. It's all a part of that. The fact that you have demonstrated the ways as you have this today, I'm rather impressed. Listen, the judges have put in their ballots, and one chief adjudicator has come to say, listen, we have already made the call. Be careful, panel, what you say. We say yes, sir. We will not argue with you, sir. We understand that it was your job to listen keenly to the debate, more keenly than we listen. And you would have tabulated, you would have written, you would have amalgamated all the information that not just one person, but 3 persons. May I ask from one at this time, Mr. Henry, did you get a consensus in your room? Was there excitement in the room? Did some people have was there a dissent in your room? Was there a vote? Did you vote out somebody? Was there consensus, sir?
There was indeed. There was a clear consensus, and all the
Excellent.
panelists had an agreement. We saw the round in a very similar way.
Okay,
Should I go ahead with the results, sir?
I'm not sure yet, I'm
Okay.
wondering, I'm going to ask the question, is Cleveland,
Oh,
are
that's
you now
someone
in the
else
room with me? Not as yet. I'm waiting Cleveland, so that after you, Javon, he will then give his. We don't want, we want it to be all at once. So we are awaiting that grand result overall. But let's take it back again to the panelists. There was this discussion about education and employment, right? This idea that if the whole purpose of tertiary education and getting an education is to be employed, not necessarily to create employment, it would appear, but to be employed. And the fact that the country can't employ you, you're going to be in debt. Panel, what did you take? What's your take on this? I have a feeling. Okay.
Ben, you broke up just a little bit for me. Could you repeat for me, please?
Right. So this discussion that we heard in the room or in some rooms about this idea of education equaling being able to get a job, as opposed to you creating job based on your education levels. There was this belief in the debate that when you're educated, the government should provide you with a job, and the government can't do that. So you're going to be educated and you're going to be unemployed or underemployed. What's your take on that kind of point of view? Because it was on one side, oh, government is going to employ you. On the other side, government will not employ you. You are going to go into debt. Find other means. You may not need to do tertiary education. What's your take on that kind of a thing, Tamoy?
Well, Mr. Ben, that's really one of the things I saw that came out a lot in the debate. Everybody was just saying, I get job and I'm supposed to be, I get tertiary, I must wait on job. And I was like, why are we having that mental? No, none of the sides came up and said, well, we're going to create the entrepreneurial spirit. You're able to do this and have this commerce and industries booming. And I felt that because no one came with that point of view, it made the debate a bit lacking, in my opinion. Because I was sitting there and I was saying, well, you don't have to argue from that point of view. If I go to UWI, couldn't I come out and I have my own law firm? I have to wait to be employed by the government. And another thing, Mr. Benz, a lot of the debaters were also saying that the next alternative is to just go abroad. And then you wait until remittances come down to further Jamaica's economy and things like that. So I felt that sort of thinking, which went through all the debate, to me, it was a bit just one-sided. It's just a one-sided, more monolithic way of thinking. And I personally would disagree with that. And if I were debating, I would say, well, you can come and have an entrepreneurial spirit. You can create your jobs. You can boost orange economy. You can do this in tourism. I think if we were thinking a little outside of the box like that, maybe we'd have a more fruitful, much more razzle-dazzle like debate like I would have wanted. But those would be my 2 cents. Let's see, perhaps Jonathan has something different or something else to add.
Jonathan, what's your take on that?
Oh, I mean, I won't comment so much on the matter now. Oh, by the way, Roger, that's a very cool blazer. That's very nice.
Thank you. You know,
come on.
I'm a stylish person by nature. You know, I'm really one of those persons that you go to for the things.
I'm assuming you got a new soap for the opener. Anyway, but on the matter of just strategy, I think one of the problems with this debate is that it wasn't comparative enough. Because on both sides, when you have a debate where there are very strong arguments on both sides, because there are very strong arguments for the mandating of tertiary education, but there are also very strong arguments as to why it should not be mandated. I think it's in this kind of debate, it is very important to be comparative because just presenting strong arguments just can't be enough, especially when they're strong on both sides, and especially on an issue that is so divisive. You have to be able to compare what will happen in a world where there's mandatory tertiary education versus a world where there's not, and a world with alternatives that you're presenting. So it's always important, especially in a debate like this, that every point that you're making, you're comparing. Because at the end of the day, nobody needs to leave the debate thinking that your idea is the best in the world. That's not what you're trying to do. You're trying to prove that your idea is better than your opponent's idea. That's simply what it is. You're not selling something, you're just saying that I am better than them. Because in my world, even if your world is shitty, that doesn't matter. It's just that it's better than the other side. So I think that's the most important thing.
Certainly, because it was interesting, because we watched as the thought went out from the very beginning, in terms of there were clearly one point of view that says, listen, you will get job if you're educated, if you invest in it. If you can't get job in Jamaica, you'll get job in foreign, right? And then one group is saying, listen, no job, pure debt, right? I mean, it makes sense, a kind of a characterization of the total opposite. And you know, that credit to both sides. They did a very good job of characterizing their particular issues of prosperity versus hardship, right? I just love the way they went into great detail about possible benefits and demise. That's possible. That the creativity and ideas behind that's good debating, and certainly I'm seeing some talents coming forth that we can depend on in the near future to continue to keep the UWI flag high, bearing in mind that they are all ranking officers of the Debating and Public Speaking Society here with you, so you can reach out to them if you've been bitten by the bug, having debated in this season, and you want to pursue your career further in debating. You can always get in touch with them. Is Cleveland in the room yet? Well, it would appear that there is some deep discussion happening in room 1. It would seem to be that there is a ding-dong moment, a very close situation happening there, because we haven't gotten a word yet out of room 1, but we are patiently waiting on that until it comes. So it would have been quite an interesting event if we had seen, I suspect, this mandate thing that is the mandating of education. Swirling is the idea of the mandating of the COVID-19 vaccine. So I indicated at first it seemed to be this season of mandating. But I would like to, Tamoy, when you talk about mandating, that these are issues around policy and law. And I would want you to say to the young debaters, when you hear the word mandating and you're about to and you are about to set a motion about mandating around rights and privileges and those things, what are some of the things that debaters must bear in mind when you're talking about mandating stuff and we're talking about the rights of people, or infringing on the rights of people, or forcing people to do X or Y?
All right, Mr. Ben. So I think debaters need to consider firstly, how is it that you go about striking a delicate balance? I think they need to understand, as Jonathan loves to tell me, and we know as law students, my right ends where yours begins. If you're going to talk about limiting and infringing and ensuring that person's rights are minimized and how it used to be, you have to say, okay, if in doing so, is it proportional? You know, are you ensuring that what you're doing is not going to have this negative effect, but also can you justify it? Because if it is going to be be a negative effect? Can I reasonably justify my actions? You have to think of those things, you know, proportionality, your balance, and if you're able to justify it. And I think if debaters can ground themselves on appreciating those concepts but also defending it, then they could be able to navigate a debate that asks you to limit somebody's rights or mandating things, and ensuring at the end of the day where you can strike a good balance and a delicate balance that you do so. So proportionality and ensuring that you can justify it and it is actually reasonable what you're asking to be done.
Yes. Jonathan, did you change a shirt to match my flair?
I was always in this shirt, Roger, but I'm just a lowly university student, so I couldn't afford a blazer.
I have a feeling, because the shirt didn't look that bright.
What?
You changed it, man. Imagine that we conceptualize a fashion statement together.
Well, Roger, at this moment, I'd like to just advocate for, I'm sure Tamoy would love this, that you sell your t-shirt to contribute towards the students who are affected by the tuition increase due to the sliding US dollar.
I sell my things. Listen to me. I would want to say, when we open a telethon or something, this is a debate competition. Let's keep it a debate. We can throw philanthropy in another Zoom channel. But as far as we're concerned, let's not mix it right now, right? Let's keep it at debating and adjudicating.
But on the point of rights, though, Roger, just to add to what Thomas is saying, I think it's important that when you're having rights discussions, never fall in the trap of debating that something is a good thing. Mm-hmm. You know, as Brian Sachs would have said, he believed that needs was a good thing, but it wasn't necessary. When it is that you're going to argue that you're going to breach someone's rights, it's not just about it being a good thing. There has to be a really compelling state interest for you to prove that this is necessary. Right. And yeah, that it's necessary for an overall national, not just a national good, but in terms of national stability, security, or even just the state, the viability of the state. It can't just be because, more Jamaicans would be employed. Right. There are many ways, there are many good things that could actually come about by breaching people's rights, but it's not necessarily something that is okay or justifiable in a democracy, because we could literally get up and tell people that, hey, you guys need to stop having children because we're an overpopulated country. It may be a good thing, but it's not necessarily something that's necessary or something that is justifiable in a democracy. So when you're doing a debate, especially when you're talking about rights, you can't just never fall into the trap of spending 7 minutes talking about the benefits of something. You need to prove to us why is this necessary for the feasibility of the state or even the security of the state and even the people.
Oh, listen, boy, this panel, I like it. Good stuff, really good feedback coming from the panel. I'm going to turn over at this time to Chief Adjudicator Henry. He's going to take us through his deliberation, and hopefully by then we will have Cleveland. If not, then Cleveland should be able. Demario, you have some words for me before. I think by the time Javon is finished, we should be able to hear from Cleveland. So Demario, over to you.
Right. So what will happen is that because there would be two matches going on simultaneously, the debaters from room 2 are asked to return from room 1, from the other room are asked to return to that room for their oral adjudication, while those that would have debated in the main room will stay here for their oral adjudication, after which we'll go for a short break before the grand finale.
Okay, so please direct me then. So we are now on a break.
No, not on a break. Chief Adjudicator Henry will give the oral adjudication for the debate that happened in the main room. Okay. And the students that would have debated in the other room will make their way over there now. So
they're doing that now. Okay, very well. So at this time we turn over to Mr. Javon Henry.
All right, I am trying to see myself on the screen. Okay, I'm seeing myself on the screen. All right, great. All right, so I hope all the teams are here, are back in this room. So let me just begin by saying that I think we had a very good debate in this room. I think that especially as new debaters, for the most part, I think that new to university debating at least, I think the speakers did a really good job of trying to stay on topic and trying to deal with the issue at hand in a way that was, very good and substantive. The panel met and we had a fruitful discussion. We had the same decision and we saw the debate in a very close and similar way. And so I'm going to give you the result first, and then I'm going to give you probably about a 2 minute, a very short summary of, or probably 3 minutes of how we saw it in the interest of time. But for debaters who may want additional feedback or want to know some more, the host can pass on my email contact and I will connect with you if you send me an email with some additional feedback. So at the end of the round, the decision goes like this. The team that wins the round, the team that wins the first place is the team that was in opening opposition. So that is the team from the swing team 1. The team that takes second place is a team in the closing opposition, and that's the team representing the commuters. The team that takes third place is a team in opening government, and that's the team representing Irving Hall. And the team that takes fourth place is a team in closing government from George Elaine Hall. So opening opposition swing team won the debate, second closing opposition commuters, third goes to opening government from Irving Hall, and fourth, unfortunately, to the closing government from George Elaine Hall. Of course, the swing team, while we scored officially for ranking the debate, they will not be counted in the teams that advance. And so Demario and the officials with the scoring part will figure that part out on their end. But a quick bit of commentary as to why we came to the results that we did. So a motion that says this house would do something, in this case, this house would mandate tertiary education, is what we consider to be a policy motion. That is to say that a government team, particularly the opening government team, has a responsibility to tell us, well, what are you going to do and exactly how are you going to do it? Give us the plan. Tell us the plan that you're embarking on so that we can understand it and indeed debate that plan. Unfortunately, we felt that opening government gave us a little bit of definition, very loose definitions, but didn't tighten up for us a policy plan of action. Said, this is what we're going to do. These are the bodies that we're going to be involved. This is how we're going to enforce it and give us the full ramification and picture of the policy itself. And so because of that, they went quickly into explaining what they think the benefits of the policy were, particularly by the use of examples telling us about things like fishing, farming, etc. The opening opposition team took a serious advantage of the lack of clarity and policy specifics in the opening government case and really drove it home to say, well, what will the mandate look like? How will it be funded? What is your weighing mechanism? Given that we have feasibility and scarcity, particularly for developing countries, are we going to be diverting funds from one area to the other? And if not, will we be putting ourselves in debt? And then here are the harms that come with that. Really a whole slew of criticisms, really that was faced against the government team, particularly because the policy was not explained. And so it was left to open and left to debate in a way that left the opening government very vulnerable to attack. And so the opening opposition team really did a good job asking those key questions. And those were the key questions that stood to the end of the debate and probably the reason why opening opposition won the round, because the questions that they were asking from the get-go, from the leader of opposition, were still the pertinent questions, and the harms that they highlighted in terms of feasibility, in terms of debt, and in terms of the just how resource allocation and other social spending might be affected, will be impacted. That those questions and those harms were still elevated at the end of the debate, which is why particularly the opening opposition team won, and in that case beat out opening government specifically. Now, just quickly as to why the closing opposition team would have taken the second. The closing opposition team had some additional analysis on top of what opening opposition already did. So they continued to question the feasibility of the plan that opening government or that the government side is putting out, but goes into some newer analysis and tells us about how some people stress and emphasize the need to go to university and get a tertiary education. And then at the end of the day, that tertiary education does not pay off for themselves in terms of underemployment and really being underpaid, and really the benefit doesn't match the cost that would have been particularly incurred. But then they also say there are a lot of examples. There are a lot of examples of people who have done well, have accomplished many things without necessarily attaining tertiary education. Gave a particular example of someone in the pharmaceuticals industry. And so it could be a trade-off between attaining this very costly tertiary education and doing what you really want to pursue and your happiness. And that is something that should be important and therefore should not be mandated. towards the end of the opposition member speech, I just want to flag it. They were going into some very interesting ideas about things like the creative industry and how expressive jobs and jobs that rely on creativity might require being trained in some different ways. And guess what? I actually wanted the closing opposition team to flesh that out a lot. That's actually where the member left us and left us short. How do you flesh that out? That would have been your newest piece of idea and could have possibly ranked you over your opening opposition. So when you're in a closing half of the debate, your job is really agree with your opening half, but hey, come up with something better, come up with some extension. And I think that's where you were going, member of opposition, in the end of your speech. But you had the time to go there and you didn't take us there. So the pieces of material that was even new and exciting from your team, I would have clearly separated you from the opening half. You didn't do that. And so you end up coming second to your opening half. But still, substantially asking enough questions about the policy from government side that are still left unanswered, which means that you still rank higher than both of the government teams. So just quickly, why is it that the closing government kind of fell out of the round? So just with the same piece of advice or same piece of warning that I just gave, closing teams need to come up with ideas that are new and try to move the debate in a different direction and add some impact that wasn't yet explained. And so there were a lot of questions that were asked of opening government. And so closing government had the opportunity to answer those, particularly in the member speech. Instead, we felt like a lot of the member speech was highly repetitive of the things that were already said in opening government, not necessarily answering the questions or advancing the government's agenda. Just to be completely fair and charitable, towards the end of the member speech, there was this idea of, comparing to other countries with high level of tertiary education. I'm like, okay, maybe this is exciting, but then the speaker left us short and didn't analyze that idea. So it wasn't a full idea that we could credit and place in the debate in a way that would have given a lot of score or boosted the score for that team. Also want to warn that which speakers are really supposed to be summarizing the debate as it happened, not necessarily adding new information, especially new information in terms of new chunks of information that will change the debate and alter the way that we're seeing the debate. So like in a whip speech, for example, on the government with like coming up with a new idea to say that, okay, the way that this policy will be implemented will be through messing around with tax thresholds. That's something that comes in a prime minister speech and probably can be clarified throughout. That's not something that's going to be helpful in a whip speech. It's just too late. No one can respond to a new policy idea at that point in time. And so some of those, there was a disconnect between the speakers on the closing government, which probably lead to them falling out of the debate. So the great summary of that is that the speakers had great ideas. I think they discussed the topic in a way that was very substantive and really challenged each other. I think there was great engagement through points of information. However, I think the rules of debating is something that you will have to learn over time, so that what is required as a prime minister, what is required as a whip, to what extent should I be responding to who, how do I give an extension? And so once you learn the rules of debating and the requirements of speakers, I think all the speakers in this round have the potential to become really good debaters. And with that, an invitation is always open to join the UWI Debating and Public Speaking Society. All the best.
That was the chief adjudicator in the main room. We also have a similar adjudication going on in room 1. And in a short order, we're going to hear which teams are making it to the big grand finale called the Freshers Debate Final 2021. Which team, which hall, which group will make it to the top 4? Let's hear from Demario Patterson.
All right. Lovely, exciting stuff happening here. And so we would have heard the adjudication in the main room. And I'm trying not to leave the adjudication that's happening in the other room behind. They have declared the placements already, and so I'm sitting on that piece of information. But I really wanted them to be in the room for when we make that final announcement. But in the meantime, you are able to reach out to at least one of the adjudicators here for personal feedback. Mr. Henry, the chief adjudicator, has provided his email address, I believe, in the link, in the chat rather, for you to reach out. and get information, get personal feedback. Trust me, you can only get better from here, and you work towards becoming better at debating and becoming superstars like the adjudicators that would have done such a great job today, or even Mr. Bent in his really nice blazer that he should be selling to assist us tertiary students with our tuition.
Remember, we're doing debating today. Debating.
Yes. So I still have not seen them. Could someone just do me a favor and ask them to make their way into the main room? I do believe that their adjudication, the oral adjudication at least, has ended. And so just to clarify something though, because there are two matches, or because there were two matches, it simply means that the first or the top two teams from each match would automatically matriculate into the finals. I should also point out again, or at least reiterate the fact that swing teams, one swing team was in the main room and another was in the other room. And so if the swing teams place in terms of the general adjudication and the allocation of points, those swing teams will not break through to the final round. And so we do have one instance in which we do have one instance in which the a swing team did place, but because they are a swing team, they won't break through to the finals. After I make the announcement, I should say that there will be a 5-minute break in which you are encouraged to continue engaging in the chat, get some water, debaters, massage your head, anything to prepare you for the riveting finals that it promises to be. And the fixtures will of course be posted as soon as the 5 minutes have elapsed. And so I'm still not seeing them, but I think I'll just go on. Right. And so in first place, the team from the Elsa Lear Riney Hall, and these fixtures, or these results are of course reflective of the results in the other room, not this one. So the team from Elsa Lear Riney Hall would have won the debate in the other room. In second, that is the team from Chancellor. In third, we have the swing team. And in fourth place, we have ABC Hall. And so again, in first place, the team from Elsa Lear Riney Hall would have finished first. And I see Chief Adjudicator Cleveland Tomlinson joining. And so if I do, make a blunder, Mr. Tomlinson would be able to correct me. So in first place, it's the team from Elsa Lear Riney Hall, also called Towers. In second place, it's the team from Chancellor. In third place, it's the swing team. And in fourth place, we have ABC Hall. All right.
Mario, I think we are being corrected. It's Chancey, meaning a combination of Chancellor and C.
Oh, okay, my apologies. Right, so it was a combination, right? A collaborative effort. I love to see the collaboration. And so a collaborative effort from Chancellor and C. Cole, placing them in second, and of course, automatically qualifying them for the grand finale. As I would have said, we will go on a 5-minute break to just drink some water, get slightly refreshed, and we'll meet back right here in the main room for the fixtures for the finals. In the meantime, of course, you will be entertained by music, or if DJ Bent would like to do anything, then he's of course free to do so.
I know my limitations. I'll just work with you.
So watch me bring the fire, set the night light. Drinks on, get up in the morning, cup of milk, let's rock and roll. King Kong, kick the drum, rolling on like a rolling stone. Sing song when I'm walking home, jump up to the top of the brown. Ding dong, call me on my phone, nice tea and I'll get my ping pong. This is dead heavy, can't hear the bass, boom, I'm ready. Life is sweet as honey, yeah, this beat shade like money. This go overload, I'm into that, I'm good to go, I'm diamond, you know I glow. Hey, so let's go. 'Cause I'm in the stars tonight, so watch me bring the fire, set the night light. Hey, shining through the city with a little funky soul. So I'ma light it up like dynamite. Whoa, bring a friend, join the crowd, whoever wanna come along.
want to, I can't stop. Yeah, 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 yeah. My love is like a rocket watching blast off, and I'm feeling so electric, that's my ass off. And even if I wanted to, I can't stop. Yeah, 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 yeah. You want me, I want you, baby. My sugar boo, I'm levitating. The Milky Way, we're renegading. I got you, moonlight, you're my starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating.
All right. So we are back and we are ready to jump into the fixtures for the grand finale. I hope that you guys are as excited as I am, although I am not going to be. And so, the fixtures, the motion is this House regrets the use of standardized tests in the formal education system. And of course, this finale will be taking place in the main room and will be streamed or continue to be streamed via YouTube. And the opening government will be the team from Chansey, the opening opposition, the team from Irving Hall, the closing government, the team from the Elsa Leorini Hall, and closing opposition will be the commuters. Again, opening government, the team from the collaboration between Chancellor Hall and the ladies of Mary C. Cole. Opening opposition, the Irving Hall, closing government, Elsa Leorini Hall, also called Towers, and the closing opposition, the commuters team. It's now 4:40. You have 15 minutes within which to prepare, after which the match will begin. I ask that you stay very close to your devices as we are seeking to end at the time that we stipulated. And so we are seeking to be as efficient as possible. Oh, I should also make mention of the judges. The judges, of course, will be Javon Henry, who will, again, we are asking him to be the chief adjudicator, accompanied by Terry Ann Chisholm, Saeed Bernard, Cleveland Tomlinson, and Mr. Shamar Wedderburn, again, Mr. Javon Henry, who will be the chief adjudicator, accompanied by Miss Terry Ann Chisholm, Mr. Saeed Bernard, Mr. Cleveland Tomlinson, and Mr. Shamar Wedderburn. There will be no oral adjudication. There will just be the big announcement as to who wins or as to who won the debate. Debaters are the best. Your 15 minutes have begun. Right, and just as a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, you should not be communicating with any members who are external to your team. That is, communication should only be happening between yourself and your teammate. If you are caught not adhering to the rules, there will be penalties. I believe Miss Ashley on for Guild Librarian wants to address you too. Really briefly, because we know that this is your prep time.
Hi, no, good afternoon, everyone. This was not an address for the debaters, rather, but for those of you who are still here with us thus far in the UWI Guild Freshers Debates 2021, thank you so much. I know it's been out a while, but you know, we're here, we're growing, and we are continuing, and we are about to get into the finals. Just want to continue to share the YouTube link, tag us on social media, UWI_GLC or at UWI Guild, or both of them. Share with the other freshers and the entire UWI community as we continue for the UWI Guild Freshers Debate 2021. DJ, take us away.
said, ooh, I'm blinded by the lights. No, I can't sleep until I feel your touch. I said, ooh, I'm drowning in the night. Oh, but I'm like this, you're the one I trust. I'm just coming back to let you know I can never say it on the phone. They'll never let you go this time. I said, ooh, I'm blinded by the lights. No, I can't sleep until I feel your touch. Hey, hey, I said, ooh, I'm blinded by the lights. No, I can't sleep until I feel your touch.
Can't ball in a life, man. Go on with it, but go on with it.
Yo, Izzy, are you kidding me?
To us, yeah. So we are coming here with a force, yeah. Blessings we are reap and we coursing on full. Oh, we not rise and boast. Yeah, we give thanks like we need it the most. We have to give thanks like we really supposed to be thankful. Blessings all for my life and my thank God for the journey, the earnings are just for the plus. Yeah, and gratitude is a must. Yeah, me see blessings fall by my right hand. But I toast for the friends we take off every load. One time did sit down in a class and we poured then only said the road and me go on with the road. Third form, me say make me try a thing, and you know it formed up to be a fire thing. Now up on stage with chronics, I sing, yeah, see me all diggy soon, get the higher ring like hello, brother. You say I had to shot ya, saw your poster, spectacular photo. Keep it burning, yes, that's the motto. If me the butter pass through your shot, you can't ball in a life, man. Me have to thank God for the journey, the earnings are just for the plus. Yeah, and gratitude is a must. Yeah, me see blessings fall by my right hand. But I toast to the friends we take off every load. One time they sit down in a class and we board then only said the road and me go on with it, go on with it. That's how our blessings upon me. And send me to tell them my story. That's how our blessings upon me. And that's how I made to give him the glory. I'm delighted. Jah knows say my passion ignited. Got the music get me excited. I'm coming like a potion. Blessings all for my life and my thank God for the journey, the earnings are just for the plus. Yeah, and gratitude is a must. Yeah, me see blessings fall by my right hand. But I toast for the friends we take off every load. One time did sit down in a class and we board then only said the road and me go on with the road. Toast, yeah, yeah, yeah. Toast. Oh, we not rise and boast. Yeah, we give thanks. We have to give thanks like we really supposed to be thankful. Blessings all for my life and my thank God for the journey, the earnings are just for the plus. Yeah, and gratitude is a must. Yeah, me see blessings fall by my right hand. But I toast for the friends we take off every load. One time did sit down in a class and we board then only said the road and me go on with the road. Toast, yeah, yeah, yeah. Toast, yeah, yeah, toast, yeah, yeah. We have to give thanks like we really supposed to be thankful.
tell, say you admire the realness. Look at me, looking at you, now you don't know what to do. Just relax and I go in on your feelings. Ay, I'm mostly conscious about this life and I'm out corner. You probably think that girl about that, bet you love the drama. But me kinda like the vibe, so I guess I can. Come over if you really wanna. I spy that you see something you might like. Won't you come over if you really feel it? Ask all your questions, yes, I really mean it. I spy that you see something you might like. Won't you come over if you really feel it? Ask all your questions, yes, I really mean it. And I know just what you need, and when the love in your heart starts revealing, I for sure won't let that go. You say, girl, me never really plan to look you, but to hold me, see you move, you get me hooked. Then he go tell him, say me cook too. After that he won't let me go. I spy that you see something you might like. Won't you come over if you really feel it? Ask all your questions, yes, I really mean it. I spy that you see something you might like. Won't you come over if you really feel it? Ask all your questions, yes, I really mean it. Ask all your questions. I've got all the answers, yeah. Ooh, yeah. 'Cause I spy. I spy that you see something you might like. Won't you come over if you really feel it? Ask all your questions, yes, I really mean it. I spy that you see something you might like. Won't you come over if you really feel it? Ask all your questions, yes, I really mean it.
I do the same thing I told you that I never would. I told you I changed, even when I knew I never could. Know that I can't find nobody else as good as you. I need you to stay, need you to stay. I get drunk, wake up, I'm wasted still. I realize the time that I wasted here. I feel like you can't feel the way I feel. I'll be up if you can't be right here. If you can't be right, yeah. I do the same thing I told you that I never would. I told you I changed, even when I knew I never could. Know that I can't find nobody else as good as you. I need you to stay, need you to stay. I do the same thing I told you that I never would. I told you I changed, even when I knew I never could. Know that I can't find nobody else as good as you. I need you to stay, need you to stay. When I'm away from you, I miss your touch. You're the reason I believe in love. For me to trust, and I'm afraid that I'ma f it up. Ain't no way that I can leave you stranded, 'cause you ain't never left me empty-handed. And you know that I can't live without you. So baby, stay. I'd be f***ed up if you can't be right here. I do the same thing I told you that I never would.
Help me, my God, this got messy. Least I got the best seat, 'cause we put on one hell of a show. Waiting, I just keep on waiting for the final curtain, 'cause I just can't let go of your love. Ooh, you say my name like you know my dark side. Ooh, can't beat the taste of the like a part of me must want it. That's why I'm not running from it.
All right, all right, all right. I believe your time has expired. Your prep time has expired. I'm going to hand over now to Chair Judge, Mr. Javon Henry, to kick things off in this debate.
All right, thank
Yeah,
you.
me can't talk now.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Patterson. All right, welcome everyone to the grand finals of the UWI Mona Gill Freshers Debate 2021. Let me just say congratulations to the 4 teams that have advanced to the grand finals of this event, which has really become a staple part of the orientation activities at the University of the West Indies. And the finalists and winners usually go on to do very great things. And so we'll be hearing from a bunch of very great and exceptional young people with bright futures ahead in this grand finals debate. My name is Javon Henry, and I'll be chairing this grand finals. And with me on the panel of judges, I have Ms. Terrian Chisholm, Mr. Saeed Bernard, Mr. Cleveland Tomlinson, and Mr. Shamar Wedderburn. Going to ask Mr. Tomlinson to double as timekeeper, Mr. Cleveland Tomlinson to double as timekeeper, and put time signals in the chat as we progress. So again, big congratulations to the 4 teams that are in the grand finals. So in opening government, we have the team from Chansey, that very famous combination of Chancellor Hall and Mary C. Cole Hall that has done incredible things in the history of the University of the West Indies. Going up against, in opening opposition, Irvine Hall, and in closing government, we have the Elsa Leo Riney Hall, the Towers Hall, and in closing opposition, a big group of people who probably don't have a big hall of residents on campus, but indeed the commuters, which is a massive group on their own. So a massive debate we have ahead of us. So let me just check that the teams are indeed here. Team from Chansey, could you just indicate that you are here?
We are here.
All right, perfect, amazing. And team from Irvine Hall.
We're here.
Perfect. Towers.
We're here.
And the commuters.
We're here.
Perfect. I'm just going to ask the audience to refrain from using the chat so that the debaters can see the time signals that are being put out by Mr. Tomlinson at 1 minute, at 6 minutes, and 7 minutes. I know you heard this in the prelim round, but just to remember, the first minute is protected. The other side cannot ask points of information, and the last minute is also protected. The other side cannot offer points of information. But in between, points of information are allowed, and we encourage that teams ask points of information and stay engaged throughout the entire debate. I encourage debaters at the start of your speech to say if you would prefer the opposite side to ask points of information by opening up their microphone and asking point of information, or if you would prefer for the other side to put the word or the letters, the acronym POI in the chat. So whether or not you would prefer for them to open microphone POI or to write POI in the chat. So I'm allowing the debater to say how they want the other side to ask them the POI, and I'm asking the other teams to respect when a debater tells how they would like their POI to be asked. The motion we have: this House regrets the use of standardized tests in the formal education system. Are there any questions from the speakers? All right, not hearing any questions, so I take it that we're ready to get going with this exciting grand finals. And to do so, I invite the Prime Minister from Chansey to open this debate. Here.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A very pleasant good afternoon to the honorable adjudicators, precise timekeepers, fellow members of government, members of opposition, and members of the floor. I, as Prime Minister, have been given the task Hello?
Right, Enrique, I'm going to suggest that you start over now that we're seeing you, and you had paused just now. So Mr. Tomlinson, we're going to ask you to reset the time, and then Enrique, we're going to get going again. Whenever you are ready, Mr. Prime Minister, whenever you're ready, we can get going now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A very pleasant good afternoon to the honorable adjudicators, precise timekeepers, fellow members of government, members of the opposition, and members of the floor. I, as Prime Minister, have been given the opportunity to be on the side of opposition to the use of standardized tests in the formal education system. So let us flesh out some problems in our current educational system. First one is the inequality in delivery system, um, in ranging schools, teachers, and the learning abilities of the students. So let us contextualize what I mean by inequality. When I say inequality, I'm taking into account students that may be slower learners compared to other students. I'm taking into consideration teachers who have varying teaching styles in presenting information to students. And overall, I'm making consideration to school administration and their efforts in educating students. Now, where the equality really lies is, for example, in slow students, where slow students are unable to get up to speed with the content that may be taught by teachers in order to do well on these standardized tests. The second problem I want to talk about is that tests do not reflect students' true ability. Tests are so constricted to recycle systematic information that students are not given the opportunity to explore and develop reasoning skills. Rather, they rely on the faculty of muscle memory to succeed through every single test that they do. And the third problem that I want to speak on is third problem, third problem I want to speak on is that tests. Third, third problem that I want to speak on is that tests are a gateway to depression and setting up students for failure. What I mean by this is that students at times will standardized tests are an outdated means to test students as it is only one-dimensional. What are the regrets? Well, we are now seeing the effects of where students squat to pass exams just to learn the content. In that same instance, students are taught to pass the test with putting minimal effort into really understanding content and really developing reasoning, necessary reasoning and rational skills that are important to apply in everyday life, to apply in the real working world where education actually really matters. One fine example of this reality is CAPE and CSEC exams administered under the CXC organization. I, I am a living testament to the fact that when I was preparing for CSEC exams, I didn't necessarily need to understand fully the content, but attending a few marathons, attending to a few seminars were enough to guarantee that I do well on the exam. So what are the solutions? What are the possible solutions to the system? Well, as the Prime Minister, as a Prime Minister, propose a portfolio-based assessment. And we can already see this being implemented in Jamaica in the case of the primary exit profile PEP, where students are tested on their critical thinking in a very much different way than how GSAT used to do it. GSAT was set up in a very similar way that CSEC and CAPE is currently now set up, and PEP really has spearheaded the idea that we should be moving in a direction of creating portfolio-based assessment rather than sticking to the one-dimensional standardized test, which really and truly is non-beneficial to the students. My Deputy Prime Minister will speak more on portfolio-based assessments. I, as Prime Minister, I strongly propose, I strongly, as Prime Minister, strongly propose not using standardized tests in the formal educational system. I rest my case.
Right, thank you very much, Prime Minister, for those opening remarks. And now we'll go over to the opposition side and welcome the leader of opposition. Here.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, adjudicators, and ladies and gentlemen. Now, I did not hear a definition given by Mr. Government for standardized tests, but as far as I know, and I'm sure you know too, standardized tests really and truly includes written exams or tests which may be administered to students in educational institutions. And these tests can use a variety of ways or means. So we can have multiple choice tests, we can have essays, short answers, as well as filling the blanks, and the list goes on. Now, first of all, to rebut a few points that my government made, first of all, he said that the tests are constricted, and by using the standardized tests, you cannot develop your reasoning skills. But I would like to say that I'm a personal testimony that the majority of the reasoning skills that I have produced has been as a result of these tests, where I would have to sit down and think through an essay question and think to say, how does this impact the world and how is it affecting me? And I have to give a response, which would be developing my reasoning skills. So these standardized tests really and truly are not just tests. You have different ways that you can test an individual. So you can use essays, as I said before, and you can also use short answer questions. Now, how else we need these standardized tests to fully assess the students? Because if we don't use standardized tests, how else are we going to assess them to know if they have fully grasped the concepts that we're trying to teach them? Standardized tests allow for you to know how much they grasp it. They allow for you to know what specific areas they are weak in, so you can actually work to help them. Now, as the government mentioned about slow persons not being able to keep up with the standardized tests, but we would not have known that they are slow if they were not performing poorly on these tests. It's because of these tests that we know that they are not performing properly. So if we have no standardized tests, then we're simply going to have persons leaving school not knowing whether or not they're really fluent. They were taught it, but they don't know how strong they have grasped it. So they're just going to leave school and go into the working life. And let's take an example. Look at, for example, a doctor. Not having a standardized testing means in a medical school and having persons graduate to be doctors and simply finding out that I am not strong in this area and can only find that out when the person dies. That doesn't seem like a very practical approach to me. Also, standardized testing has been the traditional way. It's been what we have been doing over the years, and it has worked excellently. We have renowned professionals coming from these universities because they would have passed through the standardized testing system. Why do we need to change it now? Why would we need to change it now? These standardized tests, how they are set out, it ensures that these students
Point
are
of information.
Accepted.
All right, so we are not saying that we are removing the standard at which a person will be able to matriculate, right? All we're doing is offering an alternative solution to standardized tests. And I already clarified that by saying that we're offering a solution of portfolio-based assessment, which I believe, in my opinion, in my strong opinion, is much more viable.
Thank you. This portfolio-based assessment that you have mentioned or stated that you will be putting forth, you have not expounded as to what exactly that entails, because I heard you mention PEP, but as far as I know, PEP is a written exam, it is a standardized test. So I would need you to expound more on what exactly you want to use to replace standardized testing. But as far as I know now, and as far as the points that you have presented so far, you have not given me a strict alternative to say this is better than standardized testing. And so I have to stand firm in my stance that standardized testing is the best way to go forward. It has been what has been bringing us, it's bringing us this far. So we have very good professionals now because of the standardized testing, and this opposition, we believe that the standardized testing should be kept. We need an alternative to be suggested by the government and explained. I rest my case.
Much, Leader of Opposition, for your remarks. And now we'll go back to the side government and hear from the Deputy Prime Minister. I want to just remind everyone, if you're not speaking, please keep your microphone muted. And now I welcome the Deputy Prime Minister. Here.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So let me first clarify. A test is standardized when all the students taking the test have to respond to the same set of questions, same set of carefully selected questions. In regards to what the opposition said, in regards to the rebut that the opposition made about being able to think using essays, I can recall at the first week of university, we were told by a lecturer that within the school system, we are taught how to think and not necessarily for ourselves. With the implementation of this portfolio-based assessment, we will collect information from the students at the beginning and we will collect an accumulated amount of this assessment spread over a period of years.
Kimberly, I'm going to pause the time and I'm going to ask the adjudicators to pause their time. I am not hearing you. So Kimberly, we have paused the time. We have paused the time. Okay. Okay, so I've paused the time, Kimberly, and the last thing that I heard that you were saying is that we will be collecting at the beginning. So these standardized tests will be collecting at the beginning, and then you went very faint, and so I paused the time at 1 minute and 10 seconds. So I'm going to tell you to check your microphone now and then continue if you can hear. So say something now.
Hello?
Yes,
Hello?
we're hearing. Okay, that is clear.
Okay.
All right, you can proceed.
So this portfolio-based assessment is spread over a period of years, measuring students delicately based on their ability. A similar approach is PEP that replaced GSAT. PEP starts at grade 4 and goes up to grade 6. This now measures the student's ability from that time until the end of primary school. What this now, it gives a holistic view of the ability of each student rather than give them a test at one point. A test will not, and I repeat, will not give us a true representation of what a student can do but rather what they are required to do. Regurgitate information. Let us talk about the exposure of meritocracy not being present within the education system. So it is unmeritocratic as some students have better resources such as textbooks and laptops with access to information to assist in their preparation for examination. It is reliant solely on students' ability to remember information and regurgitate it, as was said by my Prime Minister. The system of formal examinations, which comprise of the labeling of students' passes, for example, of averages such as F and D, etc., often discourages students if they fail a test. Some persons here might be familiar with the labeling theory that once we are labeled as a particular thing, we might succumb to that label and become it. For examinations, for example, CSEC, multiple choice papers or paper ones have been proven to be stationary over a number of years by teachers as questions are repeated frequently. Therefore, many students are reliant on examination the year previously and are able to swat exam questions and answer it is not effective in necessarily testing students' knowledge of a particular concept, as students have prepared themselves based on previous examinations.
Points of information.
Accepted.
So you have mentioned one component of the CSEC testing mechanism. What would you say in relation to the essays and the short answer questions that they also put forth and the SBAs, which are a major component in comparison to the multiple choice questions, which were not supposed to be released in the first place, so they're not necessarily supposed to be repeat questions. But what would you say, do those other testing mechanisms actually test the person?
Order.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, in similar experiences with the paper twos, essays, we have realized over time, I realized personal experience that these questions are in fact repeated, but in a different way. I remember preparing for my CXC history examinations, and the questions that came up were from a previous year. And I was like, this is not necessarily testing us, it is asking us to regurgitate this information. And how can this test our ability? Even some teachers, the marking of the examination papers are influenced by bias. Some teachers think that this should be answered a particular way. Some think that it should be answered that way. So how can this test us? How can this test students? How can this show us that show me that I have the ability to do this if I am being limited by standardized testing? That is why when we implement the portfolio-based assessment, we will get to see, we get a broader look at everything that a student can do, his abilities. Yes. Hello?
Hi, have you concluded your speech?
Okay. As Deputy Prime Minister, I wholeheartedly agree with the motion and stand firmly behind implementing the portfolio-based assessment. Thank you.
So Kimberly, just to clarify, I wasn't telling you to complete, to conclude. You said hello, so I was checking.
I was checking to see if everyone was hearing me.
They're hearing you, and so you still have about 50 seconds if you wanted to wrap up.
No, I have concluded.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much.
All right, unless you want me to, all right. Hello?
Right, Kimberly. So I would say it is up to you. I just want to let you know, because I said to conclude, I wasn't telling you to wrap up, but I was responding to your hello, which seemed like it was directed at the audience.
Oh, okay. So in regards to the whole labeling of students, it allows students to pass up valuable opportunities because of how they are perceived by individuals. And I will end here. As Deputy Prime Minister, I wholeheartedly support the motion and the implementation of portfolio-based examinations.
Right. Thank you very much, Deputy Prime Minister, for your remarks. And now I'll invite the Deputy Leader of Opposition here.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so as the Deputy Leader of Opposition, I want to first rebut a few points made by the Deputy Prime Minister. So the Deputy Prime Minister was making mention that, what she was saying is that portfolio-based exam, not only she, but her Prime Minister, is that they were making emphasis that portfolio exam is the way to go. But I disagree with this because I believe that a teacher needs to know the level at which a student is before accepting them into their classroom, their higher level classroom. Because she was saying, oh, it should be done over a period of time. But I would want to know as a teacher what level you are at before you come to my grade 5 class, so I know how to assess you, how to teach you, what method to go about doing that. Okay, and the Deputy Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, said that we will, if you put labels on students, as in grade label, as in ABC, they will succumb to their label and will be bad, continue being bad. But I strongly disagree with this because I believe that persons who see a label, they see a C on their report, they're going to do better. They're going to try their best to do better to get an A next time. Even with like GSAT, and you have persons who pass from non-traditional high school, persons for traditional high school, persons go to non-traditional high school and do extremely well because they want to get out of that. They don't want to be seen as that dunce person because they know that they could have done better, you know. But then they did not do well, but they got the label, they got what they deserve, and they tried harder. Okay, and then the Deputy Prime Minister was also saying that she was making mention, she was giving an example to a standardized testing, saying that questions are being repeated in standardized testing. But I want to say is that does not give you the right, or that does not make it right for you to stop standardized testing. I believe the teacher, on the other hand, should stop being lazy and start setting new questions. They shouldn't stop standardized testing because questions are repeating. Okay. That's what I have to say in regards to what my Deputy Prime Minister had said. I believe, I strongly believe standardized testing is necessary because it brings us, it needs, as I mentioned earlier, it is needed for us to go on to our next level. It is very important for us to use that, for that system to remain so that we can go on, we can move on, be better. Because if we use a portfolio thing that happened over a period of time, I already mentioned that it will not be efficient, it will not be effective. Standardized testing both affects students and teachers because with standardized testing, the student know their level, know where to improve. Teachers know the student level, know what methods to bring to the student.
Point of information.
Accepted.
I'd like to reiterate the initial point of information where I said that there was necessarily a desire to remove assessment from the learning school system, but to employ an assessment system that is better suited to this time. Like standardized test is so archaic within this society. Like it's time to step up, time to become more advanced, time to teach students in a more effective way. And
okay, yes, I do believe, I really do believe that standardized testing is working. It have been working. So why we don't need to change it. It is working. the students are improving, students are getting better based on the grade. It is working. It doesn't need to be changed. The portfolio base is necessarily needed to be implemented.
Thanks for the information.
Accepted. We can look at what we can look at is how if our child manage a test. So I am saying that if a child or if a student go ahead and prepare for a test properly, do proper preparation for that test based on the testing system that we have now, that we are using now. If you prepare properly for that test, you are going out into society as a person, as a good critical thinker, a person who knows how to manage challenges, and the person who knows how to challenge things said by the government, presented by politicians. You know how to challenge it. You know how to be a better citizen, to say person. We are going to also, if you do it properly, if you do the test properly, do proper preparation, you're also going into the society as an ethical person, not a person who cheats or try to find ways or find simple ways, because you're going to sit and you're going to prepare and you're going to study and you're going to go do the test and you're going to do well. If you don't do as well, you improve yourself. And that's the way to go out into society. That's the way to go. That's how society is. So standardized testing is not just to move us to another level in school, but also out of school. What I suggest or what I encourage is for the teachers, to train the students now how to properly prepare for the testing system. So the teacher probably needs to improve their way.
Point of information.
Accepted. No.
Order. You cannot ask
exactly. It is protected minutes. So I think that teachers should now get proper preparation. Teach the students to do proper preparation for these testing, so they go with the right. Yeah. So they go. Proper preparation for these testing, so they go and do it the right way, which will benefit them not only in school but out of school. Thank you. Positioners.
All right, thank you very much, Deputy Leader of Opposition, for your remarks. And we are halfway through this grand final and we're moving into the closing half. And now I'll invite the Member of Government here.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Before I proceed, I'd like to state that I'm providing an extension to the conditions brought forward by the government. Now, earlier in this debate, the government stated education system and a standardized approach to tests overall, that a portfolio-based assessment should be considered as an alternative. Now, the government did propose that instituting more critical-based analyses in this portfolio could be of great assistance, in that in the current Jamaican context, and when speaking about standardization overall, the whole issue of standardization and the whole concept of standardization allows for each student, say for example, a student sitting a test, whether it be CSEC, CAPE, GCSE, PEP, GSAT, etc., whatever it is. When they are sitting that test, they are provided with the same questions. And that is an issue simply because of the fact that it does not cater to the specific educational needs of the child. Now, to bring it more into context, to speak about some social repercussions of these standardized tests. Standardization overall has promoted social stratification within the society, meaning that it is streamlining students to think, yes, in a particular way. They're not encouraging creative freedom. They're not encouraging students to, for example, explore other vocational areas. As opposed to that, it is stated within standardization that at this grade level, this student must study X, this student must study Y, must study Z. So in that event, it does not allow for the creative freedom of the child as it regards to education. Now, I want to bring about the issue of standardization, and I believe that opposition would have brought forward the fact that it's a way of monitoring the efforts and the state of the student. Now, in standardization, we have labels. If you're smart, you get an A plus. If you're not so smart, you get a D or even an F, right? And this just goes to show that standardization pushes the narrative that you are this important based on how you perform on this test. And that is not conducive to a healthy learning environment within the Jamaican context. Now, secondly, it is more expensive to fund a standardized education system, right? Due to the fact that when you have standardization, you have more students going into more specific fields, as opposed to branching out to wider areas. I would have mentioned vocational areas after.
Point of
and when you have such a
information.
high influx of students, specific field, then it would ultimately cause the school systems who are already struggling financially in light of the COVID, not accepted at this time, to fund this. Pio, I accepted.
Right. What is the difference between testing students in other ways than standardized testing?
Okay,
Than
continue.
standardized testing if they still get labeled if they don't pass?
Government member, are you with us? Okay, we're going to stop the clock. I believe we might have lost the member of government. So
Can you repeat the question, please?
Right. What is the difference between testing students in other ways than standardized testing if they don't pass, they still get labeled?
No, not essentially. I'm glad that you asked that as well. I explained that the whole instance of standardization is subjecting students to be same questions, allowing them to specific interests. And I would have stated as well that from early stages,
All right, so we're pausing the clock again. I think we might have lost OJ from the call. I believe we might have lost OJ from the call. So I'm going to, okay, OJ seems to be back.
okay, Mr. Speaker,
OJ, 1 second, pause.
For your
okay. We're having, we're cut out a bit. So we're going to ask you to complete your presentation without the camera, because that is probably sucking a lot of the bandwidth. So you're at 4 minutes and 24 seconds. So I'm going to allow you to pick up from there. I would have stopped the clock, and so you can go ahead.
Okay, sorry about that. Based on the question that I was just asked, I was going to say that the whole concept or principle behind standardization is subjecting students to taking the same questions. And that does not cater to the creative differences and the different interests that lie in students. And in that effect, I want us to think of the analogy. I'm pretty sure we all heard of the analogy that you can't teach a fish how to climb. That is what standardization is pushing. That is what this current system of education is pushing, and this is why we regret it, right? So it is subjecting different interests to taking the same test, to go down the same path when that is baseless, because students simply are not the same. There are no two students that are the same. And standardization pushes the narrative that even if you are meant if you aren't meant, to do something, you have to do it just because it has been standardized. And that is very detrimental to, for example, the mental health, which is another point that I'll now delve into. Right? So earlier, the government would have said that depression is a derivative of standardization. And I would like to just really support that point by saying that mental health is strained due to streamlined testing. And what I mean by streamlined is based on what I said before, that students are not able to explore different vocational areas. So mental health is strained due to streamlined testing, where they're being forced to then do subjects that they don't want to do, right? And to further support that, I want you to take into consideration Immaculate Conception High, where at the CSEC level, it is mandated for these students to pursue religious education as well as English literature. What if Immaculate Conception High students do not want to do this? What provisions are in place for them to explore other interests? The standardization does not account for that. And that is the reason, the primary reason as to why this government regrets the institution of standardization within the education.
Point of information.
No, not at this time.
Not at this time. Right. Oh, sorry about that. In addition to that, I'd just like to point out that standardization and the whole issue of students being subjected to the same questions, to the same type of test, this allows parents rather to then compare their child to other students. And we know that parents within the Jamaican context specifically, they can be very rash in that if you don't perform as equally well or as as high as other students, then you're labeled to be and that is that's a
All right, Jay, you're at time and a little bit over time, but knew with the technical difficulties, you might have had some difficulty probably even hearing me. But thank you very much, Member of Government, for your contribution to this debate. And now I'll invite the Member of Opposition. Here.
Are you hearing me? Great. Judges, teammates, opponents, and my esteemed audience, a good evening to you all. I'm Deshaun Jackson, the opposing member of the team Closing Government, and my teammate and I will be deliberating on the motion. This House regrets the use of standardized tests in the formal education, in which we see is a grave mistake, and refuse to allow the government to promulgate as the most effective way to teach our children, when in fact standardized testing has proven to be. Now, rebuttal before I get into my speech. I fail to see why the Deputy Prime Minister asserts that the use of standardized testing, with specifically the recycling of these questions, makes this type of testing ineffective. However, over the years that this process has been going on, have it made any drastic impact on the capacity of our students, or has it decreased their capacity, and has it not improved year after year their capacity to learn and to take these tests and to prove successful? Because those questions are often revisited based off analysis after a period of time they were used. So how then is standardized testing ineffective? Now, without further ado, my first point, which is standardized testing has proven to be the most strategic and comprehensive approach to learning. We have been employing standardized testing for centuries, and look where it has gotten us today. Our brilliant children are proof that standardized testing works, and it is an effective strategy to test their children. This type of evaluation shows that children know the information they have been taught. It shows that students grasp the concepts, and if not, allow teachers to understand where their students are in the subject areas. We need to understand, side government, that standardized testing has proven continuously to cause more good than harm. It allows students to adequately prepare for the exams, considering that it allows them to be able to anticipate what they will be tested on from a long list of topics which they would have learned over a year. They can use these past tests to guide them for the future exams, as we all do in university now. So if the strategy continue again to be successful, why do we regret to use it in formal education? Standardized testing is not only working, it is the best approach to testing our students.
Point of information.
Accepted.
You claim that standardized tests are helping the students, but my question to you is, what evidence do you have to prove to us, side government, that in fact the students are grasping the knowledge that they have received by partaking in these standardized tests?
The passes in their exams, my opponent, we have seen how our children, especially who do CXC and CAPE, have continued to do well year after year, and this is because of the standardized testing that they have been tested with. Now, imagine if we all did it, if all we did Yes, now imagine if all we did was to give prolonged SS to our students, right, where they can only, where we call it colloquial language, write their way through it until it makes sense. This doesn't show you that the other approaches to learning, to testing students, such as giving them essay, isn't effective, because if it doesn't show that they fully understand that topic, though it is not ineffective, it proves to be futile in comparison to standardized testing. For example, look at our current schools.
Information
not accepted at this moment in the Caribbean with CXC. If it were not for standardized testing, our students would not have been given a chance to do their examination amidst the COVID-19 pandemic. This type of testing was easier to maneuver, yet it was still an effective way to test our students while considering all the challenges they experienced because of the COVID-19 pandemic. However, to improve standardized testing, what we need to do is meet the individual needs based off their learning styles. We have auditory, visual, verbal, and kinesthetic learners, and we need to utilize these understanding of learning styles to teach our children in school. So the problem is not with the testing, it is how we teach our children. Point of information accepted?
So you stated earlier that the results from standardized tests such as CXC are evidence to that it's working, but what would you say about the percentage of students that do not perform as well? How effective is standardization in that sense where students do not perform well?
Well, the majority outlives the minority, my opponent. We realize that more students are passing, more students are passing than they're failing. And as I said earlier, we're not supposed to be looking at standardized testing, how we test students, but instead how we teach them, because that is where the problem lies. So therefore, in continuing my speech, therefore the solution which the opposition brings forward is to first put less children in a class. But before we do that, we need to test our students upon initial entry into their schools to identify their learning styles and group them in classes based on that discovery. This would allow for us to move the flow in the classroom, allowing us to find the individual needs of children, considering a smaller class population, and one with similar learning styles will produce more diligent students in our society who will make meaningful contribution. My second point now, my opponent, is that standardized testing makes it easier for teachers to assess their students. Standardized testing in formal education allows teachers to mark papers and assignments faster and make them able to have more time to get creative in the classroom with their students. It permits them the opportunity to work on core concepts and those that their students need to work on, and it allows them to find these innovative ways to engage their students while teaching them. And so when it is time to test them, they can become more successful in their testing. To teach, standardized testing allows to teach them critical thinking skills and mental toughness, which is something that the students would have fostered after years and years of preparing for standardized testing. The skills it encourages in our students are immense and will benefit them for a lifetime. So how then can we say that we regret the use of standardized testing in formal education? No, my opponents, here's an example there where after teachers have marked their exams, which is a very tedious process as we all know, but in a timely fashion because of standardized testing, this will allow them to analyze their class progress, and with our prior solution of rating students based off their learning styles and teaching them appropriate to that manner, we'll be able to work on areas of weakness and improve their class, having more time to be, as I said, creative and innovative. Now, in closing, my opponents, as opposition member, I propose that we should continue to improve our school curriculum, but not eradicate standardized testing because its usage has not been outlived. Additionally, the skills fostered in students from standardized testing prove to have a long-term benefit and enable students to be better test takers and critical thinkers who can think quick on their feet under rigid conditions. Now remember, it is not standardized testing that is the problem here. It is the way the teachers teach students in schools, and that is the problem we need to fix. That is the problem that we need to hear the proposition bringing solutions for, just like Team Opposition is doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member of Opposition, for your remarks. And now we'll hear from the final speaker on side government. I invite the government whip here.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With all protocols observed, good evening to one and all. Before my speech can begin, I must start by refuting some of the points made by the opposition. The opposition, in their continuous debate, have stated that study guides are available to candidates of the CXC examinations. But my question to you all as opposition is this: why is it that you all have to give these study guides to them? I'm here to tell you why. The reason why is that in actuality, this education system that has been created through standardized tests has been so stringent that these study guides have become somewhat of an essential tool to coping with how stringent this exam, and by extension, this education system has become. Secondly, the opposition has brought about the fact that the reason why persons try harder is when they see the D, they feel bad, and then they're like, oh no, let me try and get the A. Ladies and gentlemen, people are not realizing, I guess the opposition is not realizing, that in actuality, this is detrimental to their mental health. They are equating their standards, their positive outlook on life based on this grade, this single A. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is not a cohesive way of providing education to students. Because in reality, when we focus on this A, we focus too much on matriculating into a higher level of education, more so than the true concept of education for our students. And finally, not accepted at this time. And finally, the opposition has brought about this concept that more persons are passing in exams. And I am here to actually refute this by saying that on national average, we see students reaching about 50 to 60% in grades. Is that a pass to you, opposition? I just want to get that out of the way. I don't think it's a pass. So now to my speech. Ladies and gentlemen, as the government whip, I am here to classify the clashes that have been taking place throughout this entire debate and expound on them a little bit so we can understand why, in fact, we should regret not accepting at this time, why at this time we should indeed regret using standardization. My first point being the stringent versus accommodating. The opposition is providing a stringent form of the education system with these standardized tests. Why? Because as my government member would have said, unfortunately, due to his Wi-Fi, we did not get a clear understanding that in fact, these standardized tests are debilitating their mental health because as previously mentioned, they are focusing so much on the grade and the fact that they need to get this grade that in fact, they're not really sinking in what actually they taught. I'm asking you all this question right now. Do you remember what you did in CSEC math? Do you remember vectors and matrices? I'm asking you all that very, very kindly. And I'm pretty sure if I were to ask you all, you would say no. This is my point exactly. We are so focused on the A, we're so focused on the pass that we are not even realizing that what we're doing is actually formatting ourselves to a system in order to get by instead of actually being educated. I'll accept the point of information now.
To revisit your points on study guide, I just wanted to ask, when has study guides become the problem? As I said earlier in my speech, standardized testing have allowed our students to get help with a guidance, a professional who has studied this type of testing in order to help them. And that is the purpose of study guide. So when has it become a problem? And why do you call it a problem?
I call it a problem, opposition, simply because in having this study guide, we are realizing, let me ask you this question then. Before the study guide, were they passed? I'm going to genuinely ask, I know this for a fact, but I will ask, have they been passing in the same way? My answer to that is no. The reality is before study guides were implemented, before they got instituted into CXC's system of education, they were not passing as much. The rates of passes were way lower. And the reality is, as I said, this study guide became so much of a coping mechanism for them to attribute themselves to matriculating into further education. I continue. So the stringent form of education, the stringent form of the education system that's brought about here is very debilitating to the mental health of the student. And as I will go on, it represents the functionalist perspective of education, which is very debilitating, might I add. What we, the government, are proposing is an accommodating form of education, because the opposition fails to realize that education is not simply about grades and tests. There are other forms of education, soft skills, being able to critically analyze, critically think in certain situations. All of these things, especially that of soft skills, I must say, and personal development, are not necessarily advised or implemented, not to my knowledge, within any of the standardized exams that we have here in Jamaica and the wider Caribbean. We need to have a system that can work for the cohesive education of our students, not so much just getting an A or a B and moving on with your day. Secondly, there was another clash where I realized the functionalist perspective and the interactionist perspective of education were going head to head. The functionalist perspective by the opposition is going on about how, in fact, we need to be sorted and placed in order to matriculate into society and get further education. But in actuality, as I previously stated, and my government member have been stating as well, this is not good. The mental health of the students are being tried and tested when this happens. Constantly thinking about trying to get the A, trying to get not accepted at this time, is debilitating them. It's hurting them. So what happens is they go into these other forms of higher forms of education without very important skills like critical thinking and soft skills and personal development that's so essential to the format of education that they so need. Ladies and gentlemen, I am going to end right now by asking you all this simple question. Do we want an education system that benefits the child, the children of that system, or do we want an education system that benefits, that works or just is efficient and working and moving and getting along? We want an education system that can benefit the children who, I might add, are the prime stakeholders in this education system. If we're not caring for them, what's the point? We need to figure out thereby how to do this. And that is why exactly the government has brought about this portfolio-based assessment to include critical thinking and soft skills, to thereby move in a space where we can become more developed as a society, more intrinsic in the forms of education, and thereby we have to thereby regret having standardization in our formal education system, because doing so has brought so much negative effects to these students that right now we have to do better. The government concludes.
Thank you very much, Government Whip, for closing out the government's case. And now to close out the opposition's case and close this wonderful grand finals, I invite the opposition Whip here.
Are you hearing me?
We are hearing you.
Okay. Good night, everyone. Good night, adjudicators, fellow debaters, and listening audience. I must say that it has been a fruitful debate, and I do realize that there is indeed underlying a sociological debate that is in the mix. So I would like to first say that the issue is mainly, as we have been seeing in the debate, mostly of what the second government speaker would have used as the labeling theory. But I would like to argue that the labeling theory was primarily based on a status quo that society had. And the objective that I think that but I know that the opposition is trying to say that, look, change the narrative around standardized testing, because it's not that it's anything bad, but the status quo around standardized testing has been the problem, which as the closing government speaker would have said, that it would have resulted to depression and all other ill factors that do come along with standardized testing. But the question is it because of the standardized test, or is it because of the status quo and the perception of the standardized test in the society? Do students still get labeled when they do a performance-based test? I would argue that even seeing the recent results of our PEP exams, that students are still segregated according to the performance of their PEP exams.
there is some issue of meritocracy right there. And the thing where we see most in this debate is where the opposition tries to say that, yes, I mean, you are opposing that there's an issue with the standardized test, but there's also a need for us to focus also on the methods of teaching, right, by the teaching staffs of every school here in Jamaica. Because the issue will not necessarily be the standardized testing, but what are the methods used to help students to achieve their greatest goals, right? There is an issue, and we cannot deny, there's an issue with our curriculum, with our methods of teaching that in some way has not really been evolutionized until COVID-19. We have seen variety of ways of teaching and learning and all of those things, right? And so when we see that, for example, an example was used where Immaculate Conception High has a mandate for religious education. There's a purpose for examinations like those and mandations for subjects like those, because in the Caribbean context, we have to appreciate that with a Caribbean that has so much religious diversity, there is a need to appreciate religious diversity in the Caribbean context. There's also a mandate for Caribbean studies, and for some of us university students would also agree that there is a mandate for Carib civilization in a sense. And these things, it goes more than just individual benefit, but it helps for the benefit of the Caribbean, because that mandate helps all, or it impresses the need for all to actually appreciate what is in the Caribbean, the characteristics, everything that the subject carries. And so that type of collective responsibility to learn more about your region is placed in those mandates. And so where we see where the opposition also gives us valid points about the standardized testing giving us space for discovery. How can we recognize the ills and deficiencies of students if there's not a standardized test for all? And there's an equality in that when all do one standardized test, we can actually outline and get into the nitty-gritty of what are the deficiencies, what are the underlying things that needs to be sorted out when we see the results of these standardized tests. The opposition also makes some valid points where the issue is not really the standardized test, but we could also go about looking at when we enter into probably primary or secondary schools, seek to make not a disparity, but a diversity in the curriculum in where students are recognize their ability from an early stage. But the outcome, yes, is that even though there's that diversity and each student has to focus on a particular area, each of those particular areas still have a standardized test that is needed, because the standardized test helps to realize what are the deficiencies. And I'm sure we cannot deny that it is because of those standardized tests that even in the Caribbean and in the wider world, we are able to find out more ways of how we can better teach our students, and how not how we can change the method of examinations, but how we can bring more exposure to our students, how we can open the minds of our students, and not putting the blame solely on standardized testing. And finally, we cannot deny that it is as a result of these standardized tests that we are all here as university students with our pride and our dignity in saying that, yes, we passed the UWI. And the reason for doing that is because we understood the importance of actually getting to the book and understanding. And most of us have been accepted because of not only just the standardized test, but our ability to reason at various levels based on Caribbean studies, other CAPE subjects that would have allowed you, based on your option that was given, would have allowed you to express yourself according to your ability.
Point of information.
Accepted. Accepted. I go on. That we can, hello? We can all boast and say that we're actually university students because of these standardized tests. And so where we are, that we are now in the pride of being university students, we cannot deny that we can benefit from these standardized tests, not only by our level of promotion or while we're being promoted, but also these standardized tests help us not to make some of the mistakes that we have made in the past, because the standardized testing have allowed us to see more clearly clearer into not only what our deficiencies are, but also helps us through future endeavors to recognize or to realize or to find means and ways of how can we correct these things, correct these deficiencies so that we can become better university students and in a long term become better nation leaders and builders, because we understood and we got the interpretation of where do we need to go next. Why? Because that was made clear to us by a standard that has been applied to all. Equality resides in standardized testing. I rest.
Thank you very much, opposition, for those remarks, and thank you to all the speakers for this exciting grand finals. The panel and I will go to a breakout room to deliberate, and then you will get the results. We'll try to thoroughly go through these wonderful and very complex arguments as efficiently as possible and come back to you with the results in a short time.
Okay, thank you so very much, Chief Adjudicator there. He's promised to give you the quickest possible result, but of course, quite the debate that was going on in the room. Some really good points. People definitely brought their best feet into the round, and we're hoping to further delve some more into that. I bring my panel back. Of course, with me is Tamoy Thompson. Tamoy, are you with me?
Yes, I'm with you, Mr.
Thank you very much. Tamoy Campbell, my apologies, Thompson. Tamoy Campbell. But I bring Peter John Thompson.
Present.
And also along with me as well is Jonathan still with me?
Yes, I'm here.
Excellent. So, right. So gentlemen, lady, quite an event earlier on. Of course, we were all looking forward to this debate. It's the finals. The best of the debaters came forward. Are you disappointed? What did you see happening in this round? We were talking about the use of standardized tests in the formal education system. Yes, let's start off with Peter John. Peter John, what did you see along the debating line? And we'll talk first with Peter John, then Tamoy, and then Jonathan.
You know, I was hoping to go first because I was just curious why you changed again, and I was going to get my blazer, but that's in the past.
Oh,
But
sorry, and I might change it again because I'm now looking at the black and I don't like it. I think
you see, I would throw on my blazer, but I don't want to cover up my.
I don't know, for me and cream, Peter John, cream and me, it just worked right.
Yeah.
So I think I'm gonna actually, the minute we go off screen, I'm gonna run for the cream. I'm gonna try it and just, get you all excited. I know y'all love to see me.
Of course.
So I'm gonna just do my thing. But before I see it, it's about me, but it's also about the debate. So let's focus. Let's try to focus. Yes, Peter John.
Well, I thought it was very interesting in This House Regrets, a THR moot, that there was an attempt to propose an alternative. Now, usually I'm not used to seeing a proposal of an alternative. I really expected to see some context of the history on both sides, and I feel like it was touched upon a bit by both the opposition and the government, but I was hoping to see that a bit more. But even in them proposing an alternative to standardized tests, I was thinking that we would have seen the mechanization just a bit more. But really, to me, I'm not sure if Jonathan or if Tamoy, or if you even feel this way, Roger, but I feel like it was kind of just touched upon very slightly, and we didn't really get much beyond the implementation of PEP, or it starting from an earlier grade than grade 6. So I would have hoped that we would have gotten a bit more historical context, seeing that it really is a past that dictates a moot like this. But that's one of the things that really stood out to me. And wow, that was quick.
I do my thing, greetings one and all my fans. Yes, fans. And those who envy me too, I greet you all. Right, so still focusing on the segment here, we speak to Tamoy. Of course, Tamoy, how did you call it? It's your second round in this chair. And of course, we're developing quite a reputation as really sharp, cutting edge. This is where the action is. The judges merely make the decision. The analysis, the good stuff happens right here in this space, in this time. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Bent. Well, I thought it was a fair debate, and I actually agree with Peter John 100%. For me, I felt as if I wanted a little bit more. I heard concepts being touched upon, but they weren't being properly extended. For example, I wanted to know how this portfolio-based examination thing was going to work. How does it look? How does it solve the issue that standardized tests seems to be having on society? And then I just wanted to see how it was going to work. I felt as if we kind of got touched on something, but we didn't see it coming to reality. I also liked some of the other points that were coming up, but I think it was from more so the closing half, as they were more so attacking not just the standardized test, but the teaching methodology. And, you know, perhaps that's where we need to go, not just blaming that the tests are bad or it's regurgitation, but how are students being taught? Is it fair? Is it inclusive? Is it, you know, what type of way in which teachers are being taught to have students really learn? I liked that coming out a lot, but I didn't think it was really robustly developed as I would have wanted it, just for me to have a greater appreciation and understanding. And I also heard some functionalists and some other type of perspective in which way education is supposed to function and operate. The audience, I think we had a good sort of belly full of what it looks like. What is the role of education? What it is supposed to do, and is it achieving that objective? I think it was fair in which way it was given, but overall, Mr. Bend, I think we all left kind of wanted to see, since you said no standardized tests, what are you proposing? How does it work? And will it solve the problem? And I'm still here wondering, is it going to solve the problem?
Excellent, excellent. Well, I love this panel. They're on point. Yes, Jonathan, over to you, sir. By the way, what you have in that cup, let's hope it's PG liquid.
No, pineapple and coconut.
All right, pineapple, huh? Mm-hmm.
I just want to congratulate you that.
All right, thank you. Thank you. It's pure adder-driven snow.
Turtleneck in Jamaica.
You know what? Y'all just stick to the debating. Just stick to the commentary. Enough about me.
But similarly, I think I didn't see what people mentioned. There was an overarching idea that didn't really come up with whether or not it's philosophically okay to clump a group of students from different backgrounds.
Jonathan, I'm not hearing you too clearly. You're a little muffled.
Sorry.
Right.
I was saying that I think that one of the things that I didn't hear really coming out in the debate is the overarching philosophical idea as, is it okay to clump a group of students together all over the place from different backgrounds, different advantages and so on, different socioeconomic or even cognitive abilities, place them on a curve on one exam and say we're going to rank you competitively. I think on both sides, there's a real question as to whether or not should we set up students in a way so that their worth is in comparison to other students, because I think that's the biggest idea about standardized testing that was really deficient in this debate. Should we compare students? Is our way of testing students in the comparative, or should we do away with that to methods where it's just solely about their progress? Because the idea of portfolios is okay, but most schools also do portfolios and standardized testing. But the question really is about standardized testing. Is that a justified philosophical way of valuing students by comparing them to other students who many of them may have advantages or disadvantages? And I don't think that really came out. And what is the advantage of doing both in the real world or so on? Even just a simple idea as the idea of children suffering mental health. I mean, it sounds harsh, but mental health and all of those stuff is it really valuable? Because in the real world, nobody cares. If you go for a job, it's about the quantity, the quantitative aspects of value. Or there's a strong argument that we should stop valuing people or human resources based on quantifiable things, but rather about quality and depth and character and things and progress and those kind of things. So there's a whole conversation that could have been had about that. That I don't think really came up. It was largely about just whether or not portfolios are okay, or whether or not it's better, or the problems that students have to face when they're doing standardized testing. So I think it should have gone to the big picture, where I think there would have been a real clash of ideas, because I think on both sides they were kind of saying the same thing, and it was kind of muddying the waters at a point.
Right. Now, gentlemen and lady, if you should put a weight on a particular, not a team, but if you should put the argument based on a particular side, did you think a particular side was more persuasive? And why would you think them more persuasive? So instead of calling a particular winner, I would prefer if you say where you felt the argument was strongest or stronger. Did you guys hear me?
We heard you. I think we're just thinking about it.
Where you felt probably this, because I don't want you to be making calls, but I certainly want you to give me an idea as to where you think the strong points were. Where do you, which if you could do a summary, you felt the side with the most persuasive argument would have flowed from.
So I personally think the government had more persuasive arguments.
Yeah.
I mean, they were more persuasive. I wouldn't say that they were fully persuasive. I think personally, they should have just gone to the extreme and just said, no, the whole idea of standardized testing is just bullcrap.
If nothing else, Jonathan, if nothing else, for the fact that I don't think opposition attacked portfolio assessment enough.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
I think
having made that kind of alternative argument, I think the onus now is on you need to just absolutely rubbish that. I'm not sure if it was given the amount of attention. So I think that could be a persuasive.
The easy way to win that is say they're not mutually exclusive of each other. You can have portfolio testing and standardized testing, but at the end of the day, when you need to go into college.
Yes.
I really think that
bearing in mind, this is just our preliminary view. We weren't taking as much as copious notes as the judges were, and which is their task. So to do, we may have missed stuff in our analysis. We are open to that. We're admitting that up front. The judges are the ones who were tasked with really and truly taking copious notes. So their calls may differ because they were paying closer attention. And I have no doubt when I call on the chief judge, I'm going to hear from him that it was a consensus. I have no doubt on that. So Peter John.
I think in relation to what Jonathan was saying, I think that there is a very big conversation to be had in any real education debate about whether or not the system wants to focus on collaboration or competition, because a lot of points really pointed towards the fact that in order to matriculate to some form of tertiary institution, you really need to outshine whoever it is doing the same test as you. And I really think that in the grand scheme of things, both sides could have, or especially the government could have even looked at examples internationally where somebody or a country focused on collaboration instead of competition. Here is how it really benefited the society as a whole, the mental well-being of their students, and how it even affects how it is that they become self-sufficient as adults. Because truth be told, education is supposed to lay the groundwork for you to become a self-sustaining adult, and then you're supposed to be able to get a job and, be able to provide for yourself. So, but even the working world in and of itself is very competitive. So I think there could have been some form of link towards saying, yes, standardized tests have helped, but I think that now is the time to really focus on coming together to collaborate instead of really competing in a in a form of testing where everybody more or less gets the same thing. And whoever doesn't pass, well, as Jonathan said, no one really cares. That's kind of it for you.
Well, listen, you're not going to get it any more frank and any more comprehensive than on this program. The post-freshers debate panel before the judges give us their call. Yes, Jonathan, you were saying something. Your microphone is on mute, I suspect.
Oh, sorry. I think a lot of times debaters are afraid of sounding Trumpian. And that can be but listen, it's a debate, it's a competition, it's about kill or be killed. Yes. So sometimes you have to go there. There's nothing wrong with saying, listen, we don't care about children mental health, survival of the fittest. We're trying to get the best. Who goes to Harvard goes to Harvard. Who goes to medical school goes to medical school. Because at the end of the day, a doctor has to go through rigorous amount of training. Working at a hospital is tough. Working in a courtroom is tough. Working as a researcher is tough. So if you're going to cry about your mental health and all of that stuff, the baby is just not for you. So don't be afraid to say things like that. It's a debate. Go there, even if you don't believe in it. Go there.
Once you can back it up with logic, go there. All right. Ashley, sorry, is Ashley? Let me get the name. Ashley Onfroy. Is she with us still? Ashley, are you with us?
Yes.
Good,
I'm very much still here.
Could you join us at some point? Could you open your camera and join us shortly? Tamoy, final word from you. Overall, what's your say?
Thank you, Mr. Ben. I think overall that it was a fair attempt at really giving us an understanding of where things fall. It was an education debate, honestly, but I think at the end of the day, Mr. Ben, that some core things were really missed out. You're talking about education, as Peter John said, it's the foundational aspect. It's how it is that persons are going to go on and matriculate. Let us have an appreciation for what that means. Then let us have an appreciation for what does that mean if your test us with standardizing tests, or if you're going to attack the way in which it is taught, or the pedagogy of it overall. And I just felt that this debate required an alternative to be given to an issue, and we were just not fully met out with that. An attempt was given, but I just left wondering, how does this really work? What is going to happen? And I do believe with Jonathan that sometimes you have to be a bit candid. It might come off as crass. It's the real world. You have to just pass your exams, do really well. If you go here, you go there. If you don't, then hush. Other points were really unique, like the mental health point, etc. But I think overall, I would just say one.
Yeah.
I did. I think it was very new. I didn't hear anybody else with it. So I was like, whoa, I had to really write that down. And then I just want the debaters overall to engage with the content. Don't be afraid if somebody said X. Don't be afraid to challenge that point of view, because you want to win, but you also want to show us that, hey, X has a different viewpoint, or we can look at something from a different perspective. And please give us details. If you're proposing a policy, if you're giving us an alternative, let us know how it works so we can buy into it and see if it solves the problem that is there. Because now we're wondering, have you really solved the issue that standardized tests is just giving regurgitation and no critical thinking? Or are we left here now with this half-weighted solution that we still don't know how it works? How is this assessment test different from a GSAT, different from a PEP? What issues is it tackling? If my brother has Down syndrome or whatever, or learning disabilities, is it going to do anything better? If you say teachers need to stop being lazy, what support are you giving them? What is the type of research or analysis or depth, that curriculum that you're giving them to be innovative and fresh to solve the very same problems that you are purporting? Don't lay problems at our feet, Mr. Baines, and cannot solve it. You're here to solve an issue, and we, the audience, want the issue to be solved, quite frankly.
Well, you heard it from this panel. Certainly, this is the University of the West Indies, UWI Mona campus. We are not short of the best minds, and we've just demonstrated it to you this evening. So this is a lesson in thought, guys, a critical assessment laid out for you. Even as much as you argued so well, we've shown you ways in which you can even amplify your thoughts and work in going forward in terms of fully breaking out and substantively speaking to points in the ways that you can give some sort of deepness to it. Don't limit yourselves, go hard or go home. At this time, I also open the floor to Ashley. Ashley, it's such a wonderful initiative, and certainly, your work is showing off this evening in terms of the kind of attention to detail that you'd have given, and certainly you made the right choice with the panel. Okay, forget the panel. You made the right choice with me.
Indeed, I agree with that 100%.
Panel is just a background. Let's talk about right. But certainly, yes, I hope you are very pleased with today. And of course, I hope that all the work that you put in would have been worth it.
Oh, yes. Thank you so much for that, Mr. Bent. I honestly am very elated with how the Freshers Debate 2021 has turned out thus far. I've been receiving multiple messages from persons who aren't even students of the University of the West Indies saying, wow, this is a good debate. They've learned so much. They were really engaged, and now they're very interested in the British parliamentary style of debating, and even further attending other debates that the UWI Mona Guild or even the UWI community on a whole may have in the future. And I must say, Mr. Bent, we really appreciate you keeping us hooked and engaged in this entire process. It really was a great evening.
Thank you so very much. Of course, Ashley, you'll be coming back on to close off for us. But generally, thanks so much to the panel who joined us. We had Jonathan Atkins, we had Peter John Thompson, we also had Tamai Campbell, all decorated debaters at the UWI, and certainly they lent their knowledge to you this afternoon. It was certainly our pleasure. Thank you so much for joining us. At this time, we turn over to Demario. Demario, do you have word from the judges? In your room, is there a secret you have to disclose? Is there a call that is coming forth soon and very soon? Will we have a winner? Is a winner already found? Are the judges still in deliberation? Are they fighting each other to the tooth and nail? Did they reach consensus? A whole lot of questions. Do we have an answer? Demario? Jonathan, not quite yet, but am I hearing from Javon? Are you in the chat? It would appear that there's still discussion happening. Panel, you have to come back because it's clearly not done. You have to tell me what is possibly what is holding the judges in that room. Before we started the discussion, it was said, good luck to the judges, it's going to be a close call. Do you feel it's a close call in the room? Jonathan, do you think it's a close call in the room?
I think it might be a close call.
Maybe it's in a 1-2 kind of a call. I think it's maybe the top two that is really bringing the real issue.
Yeah, I think there might be a little bit of a close call, especially because in the debate, I don't think anybody decided to go on the limb and really differentiate themselves from the rest of the pack. So I think in a lot of ways the arguments kind of overlapped. And how should I get in the spotlight? Yeah, in a lot of it, the arguments kind of overlap. So what that meant was that it's harder for the judges to really differentiate and say who really said this, who, and which arguments were left standing, which arguments were the strongest in terms that they were left unchallenged, etc. So I think that's why it might be a close call because of that. And I always tell people that the best way to avoid that is to have a very strong...
The volume again, Jonathan, the volume.
Oh, the best way to avoid that is to have a very strong philosophical grounding for your argument, that from the get-go, we know where your stance is and what is the philosophy and the thinking, the logic behind that kind of stance. So in a debate like this, I would have gone hard. I thought if the debaters had gone hard on either side, it would have probably been better. But guess what? It's a stepping stone. We just start these freshers. After years of experience or some time in experience, you will get better. So I mean,
congratulations to all the debaters who have made it to this round, all the debaters who participated, all the debaters, whether you made it to the finals or not. We respect you for having tried, for having put yourself out there. Absolutely fantastic. For those who've made it to this final round, congratulations. I see my screen is being shared at this time by the chief adjudicator. That is a sign that a decision has been reached. Mr. Adjudicator, the chief adjudicator, Javon Henry, a debater, adjudicator par excellence, you know, ranging from local to regional to international, you know, transnational, trans-Asian, all over the space, you know, just been popping up in the right debating spaces. So Javon, tell us, did we come to consensus in that room?
We mostly came to a consensus.
So did you guys come down to a vote, or you were able to?
We had to vote on the first and second, so we had a split decision.
Okay.
So it was very tight at the end, indeed.
That's why you know debate is nice.
Nice,
when the
very
room
nice.
is alive and flowing, and listen, you can't even come to that. You have to vote it off. Okay, sir. Well, we turn over to you at this time for the call and the commentary.
All right. Well, Mr. Ben, there's no extensive commentary for the grand finals. We get straight into the results. I mean, the debaters can email me at some future point, get it from the host if you want some feedback. Let me just say we had a great debate. We enjoyed it. It was fitting of a grand finals. And trust me, these are the freshers. You know, if they really do take up debating and other public speaking activities as an activity throughout their university tenure, then they'll graduate as excellent speakers because they're already really good. And so congratulations again to the 4 teams for making the finals. I'm going to announce in reverse order, so from 4th place upwards. So we had consensus decision for the most part, except the final decision. So on a consensus decision in 4th place, but still a big congratulations, is a team from Opening Government representing Chansey. So congratulations nonetheless, 4th place, well done. The team in 3rd place, so the team in 3rd place is the team that was in, just making sure I don't give any mistakes. So the team in 3rd place is the team that was in opening opposition, and that's the team from Irving Hall. So congratulations on that 3rd place, well done. And where we had to take it to a vote, and indeed we had a split decision on this one, but the majority of the panel had it one way. So reflecting the majority decision then, in this case, I'm going to go with the team in 2nd, and by announcing the team in 2nd, you will know automatically who the winner is. So the team that is 2nd place on a split decision is a team from Closing Government from the Elsa Leo Riney Hall, the Towers Hall, which means by easy method of, you know, reducing what is left, the team that wins, our grand champion of the 2021 Gill Freshers Debate, University of the West Indies, Mona campus, is the team from Closing Opposition, our commuters. Big congratulations to our commuters. The commuters take the trophy this year. Well done, big up, and we hope you continue debating after this event. Please join us at UWI Mona Debated at Public Speaking Society. Over to you, Mr. Ben.
Whoa, thank you very much, sir. Excellent. Congratulations to the winning team, to the debaters in general, to all the persons who were a part of this moment, to the UWI Debating and Public Speaking Society, as well as the Guild of Students. Both carried their weight excellently, and we have absolutely nothing but congratulations for them. Big up to the team. Big up to those who came by and kept watching and kept supporting. That's what the university experience is supposed to be about. It's about fun. It's about living. It's also about intellectual exposure, right? And the fact that you've stopped by and you've shown interest says something about you and your future. At this time, I turn over to Ashley, but that's it from our room to yours.
Wow, wow, wow. I must say, as a convener, my phone is indeed blowing up. And I am happy to know that we have announced our winner for the 2021 UWI Mona Guild Freshers Debate. What a time of preparation and lots of hard work it has been. And it truly has been a wonderful afternoon spent with you here, whether you are a UWI student, a member of the UWI community, whether you're just a well-wisher, whether you are a participant, whoever you are, congratulations to you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for sharing with us in this momentous occasion. I want to say special thanks to Mr. Bent, or moderator for this afternoon. Mr. Bent, turn on your camera and come back here if you can.
I am never too far from the camera. I'm always close by.
Lovely, lovely, because I feel as though the people need to see your face one last time with that radiant smile, because you did absolutely well this afternoon and we appreciate it. We truly appreciate it. And of course, before I get myself in trouble and people say, Fro, I never get my big up and etc., I must firstly, extend gratitude to the Almighty for giving us the opportunity to be even able to gather here in this fashion. I want to extend wholehearted gratitude and appreciation and love for members of the UWI Mona Guild Librarian Committee who work so diligently in assisting me to come together and put on this UWI Mona Guild Freshers Debate. I also want to say a huge thank you to members of the UWI Mona Debating and Public Speaking Society for their assistance. We could not have done any of this without you. I want to say thank you to our adjudicators, our judges, Mr. Javon Henry. We truly appreciate your wisdom and expertise that you would have shared with us this afternoon, as well as the other adjudicators. And I want to say thank you to our equity officer as well for ensuring that all things, were morally correct and everything was kept in line. Huge shout out to all our freshers who would have participated. You are all stars. You're all phenomenal, all brilliant. Just being here today, representing your hall or your cohort, that takes guts. And honestly, big up yourself, because there are many of us who could not do it. We're proud of you as the UWI Mona Guild Council, and we thank you for participating in this year's UWI Mona Guild Freshers Debate. I also want to extend thank you to the hall chairpersons, commuting students representative and deputy hall chairpersons, persons who from the hall would have just assisted, so coaches, persons who facilitated the training session, and members of the audience who, started out with us and you're still here. Thank you for tuning in with us for the 2021 UWI Mona Guild Freshers Debate. My name is Ashley Onfroy. I'm the UWI Mona Guild Librarian, and I'm officially closing out this year's debate. To our winners and to our participants, you will be contacted in short order as it relates to your prizes and awards. Thank you, one. Thank you all. Have a wonderful evening, and congrats to everyone again.
Good morning, Mr. Obstacles. How you doing today? If I am living, I have to live it up, no matter the feeling. I got to get up. If I am living, I have to live it up, no matter the feeling. I got to get up, and that's a spirit. Yeah. And you can do it. That's the spirit. When you fall on the ground, get up, pick up yourself. You can do it. Brush off your clothes and prepare for something else. That's the spirit. No time for doubt.
beats. She a me no feel in the teeth. You a wife for but she for the streets. Look how this easy for we. Easy dog. Jordan ask me fi shoot me say that easy. Dog them a fool, none a clue to the floor when me use. Yeah me floor give them flu, I'm fly, yeah me flew. Them a watch with them yai when me fly, when me flew. On a island we cool with a nice little boo. With a smile we so cute and a vibe by the pool. And she tight and she smooth and me like how she ride when she ride on the tool. Them a try, them a prove, treat them like my kids when me drive go to school. 17 at the size of me shoes, it no lies if you shoot that I light up your room. Chada, it's easy for we. Feed them it hard, but it easy for we. Easy no dog, it's easy for we. Them make it hard, but it easy for we. She a freak in the sheets. She a me no